Is this thing working? Hello? Test 1, 2? And we're so back. It's been a while, gang.
Actually, really quick, unironically, test 1, 2. We need to make sure that the audio levels are correct. I forgot about that.
We have had to reset our stream settings since season 5.
So I don't remember what everything was set at before. Which means, chat, you get to help. You get to be useful.
I hope you guys can hear us. All good. Hello. If there's anything wrong with audio or visual or whatever, just say something in chat and we'll try and get on it. Yeah, we are on time as always. We started at 7 p.m. sharp. What's the deal? But anyways, without further ado, my name is Nahyma. This is season 6 of the Nahyma Battle Academy. And I have with me our content manager, notably not a mod, Canadian Toady.
What's up?
Yo. And also our resident all-star mod, Leezy Peasy.
Hey, what's going on? All that stuff about Toadie's true.
It's true. Thanks for subscribing to Toady Facts.
It's true. Can I get a, tell me if anybody specifically is too loud or too quiet in the chat?
Toady, you're too loud. There's a little mute button next to your Discord icon. That might help.
That actually would do nothing for the stream because my audio is going through OBS.
Oh wait, that's just the best of both worlds then, because they'll be able to hear you, but I can't.
Yeah, you won't. That would be an interesting concept. Probably make it easier for you guys to do the review. You get less sidetracked. I'd just be like doing like a react video to you guys reviewing the roster.
Toady's too loud. Toady's too loud.
I'm too loud.
Actual feedback here, folks.
Yeah, but Drick says we're all fine, so who knows what's going on.
I also leaned forward when I started asking like to actually check my levels, so I think
you're leaning forward like in your gamer chair?
In my Office Depot chair from probably like 6 or 7 years ago. It's actually it was like $30, but it's like the best chair I've ever had. I don't know why. It's kind of squeaky,
$20.
But that's it. The last one I had was a yoga ball that was like on a thing. It was weird. It was a seat, but the
so I guess
seat
there's
was
no way you could have had a worse chair than this one then.
It wasn't that bad. Like it was. It's like for posture. It's not as bad as you think. It was like sitting in like a frame, and it wasn't like rolling around. But it was like,
yeah, but it's not a chair.
It had a back. Like the whole thing had a back. It's real.
I'm
imagining
that better like, rubber. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's not. It wasn't rubber. It was like plastic. Was the part that wasn't the ball. Music's too loud. Okay, let me turn that down. I can do that. Turn it down.
So we are, like I said, we're back finally. Season 6. It's been a hot minute. We had our Ledian Cup off season between seasons. We had our season 5 awards stream that nobody came to. We all missed and we lost the VOD for. Unfortunate. But since then, I mean, what's changed? We've revamped the Terra system.
True.
So now instead of 25 points, we've just got 20 points, and a lot of the usual suspects have been Terra banned. So I'm really excited to see these drafts and how they've implemented the new captains into their teams.
We've got 4 full divisions for the first time.
4 full divisions, that's right. We've had, I think our max before this was 60, which meant that Truant division was left with only 12. But this time we're totally full. We're full without myself playing and without Goater playing, actually.
And without me playing.
And without Toady playing. And we've also, I think a lot of you guys are actually in the stream right now. We've also had the great PWC invasion. Lots of people, I think we had about 10 players come over from the PWC after the NBA invaded their season. What was it that we invaded? Season 12 or 13? 12, I forget. Yeah, I forget which one the last was, but yeah. So we've been really excited to see how they perform as well. And I know I saw some snickering in their main server about some of the division placements, and some of the people we put in lower divisions they think probably don't belong there, and etc. So
They better
I
clean
don't know.
up then.
Exactly. They've got some big shoes to put on.
Yeah, put those big shoes on.
But yeah, for what we're going to be going over today, we've taken the data from, I believe there were 30 or so total submissions for the community PR poll. And for Truant and Swarm each, I think there were about 25 or 26 submissions for each division. So not everybody submitted for every division, which is totally fine, but we have a lot of info. I think we have more submissions for our PR poll this season than we did them from last season. So
I think so, yeah.
Yeah.
NBA stonks are just up and up. So yeah, we'll be going over every team. We have a couple talking points, especially for the Truant division. We will be going over Truant first. And especially for that division, we feel like it's those are the players who may be able to take the most out of some of our opinions and some of like constructive criticism, some feedback and stuff on their teams. Might just be interested the most in like the pros and cons of it, to have an extra hand to grasp really what their team is about. So yeah, we'll be probably digging a little bit deeper into the Truant teams than most of the rest, but afterwards we've also got an average score from the community PR, which we'll show you on screen as well as putting each of the rosters into a tier list, courtesy of Azzy. Thank you, Azzy, once again for the tier list maker. That's awesome work, and it's honestly just kind of fun. So yeah, that's what we have on the menu. Anybody have something they want to touch on before we dive right in?
No, I think we're ready to get started.
I think so.
Yeah.
Gang, if
I
there's
got
any
the
questions,
doc
we will be reading chat if you guys have questions. Oh, and we're gonna try and keep it to how long did we set the timer for again?
I set it for 6 minutes. It's not going to be 6 minutes for most of
No.
There's no
but-
world.
No. So
Also, Nahyma and I
it
can't
gives us
see
something
his timer
to-
either, so...
Yeah.
true.
It's
So-
a timer for me. I'm the time limit. That's what
Yeah,
we're
you're
trying
not
to
the
limit.
problem. You're just the time limit. Surely. So I hope everybody's ready to buckle up and join us for this. It might be a long haul. If you want to come back and watch the VOD back later, we will be putting timestamps on the video. If you're just interested in what we say about your team, or maybe a mentee's team or something like that, we will have the timestamps for you later. And also, if you haven't submitted the PR poll, your stats will not be included in the Truant and Swarm division PRs, but still submit. Go ahead and submit for All Stars and Hustle, because we'll be compiling that data on Friday when we have our next stream. Timer's a warning. That's right. It's just a suggestion, but it is there to try and keep us on track. Okay, so I think we were planning on just going in draft order.
Yeah.
That makes no sense.
Yep.
Up over here, I have to do some fancy footwork on here with the dock, because I can't scroll to the side because it's not big enough to scroll, and the way that I have it
Dock
cropped
roster left.
on the stream, I literally have it set to left and right. I can scroll up and down, but I can't scroll left and right, so I have to have two
Weird.
different halves of it on here. So, but it'll do. It's fine, and the left one works okay for going onto the specific tabs. So.
Okay.
We'll make progress.
Yeah. So, or I guess we're not going on to the individual sheets, right? That
We
wouldn't work.
can. I mean, it'll still work. It still shows most of it here, so that's still fine. It's just if we
Yeah.
want to see the Titans and stat spread, we gotta jump over here.
Oh no! Yeah, that's
The
fair.
manual leap of scroll.
Yeah. Okay. Well, either way, we will be starting off the bat with Major Comeback, who is like I mentioned before, a first-time NBA player coming over from the PWC. If
And in the
you
chat, say hi.
Oh, hi. If you don't know what the PWC is, by the way, we met them last year. Actually, it would have been about this time last year when the NBA took its first steps into the greater draft scene, and we participated in the Pokemon Grand Prix, where we were submitted into the PGP 500 division, which is like the small league division. And PwC was there. They were our final week matchup as well as our first round playoff matchup that we were really looking forward to, and they were good sports and definitely, I guess, matched our yap, I guess.
Yeah, that was the big thing.
Yeah.
They had our sense of humor.
Yeah, there were a few leagues in there that we didn't really get along with, who kind of thought we were just annoying.
Like the yapping.
Yeah.
We showed
our
up.
Cheerleading was, yeah, exactly. We showed up with our crew, and they just didn't have a crew, and they were mad about it. So
exactly.
Get some
friends.
Yeah, it's a great place. If you haven't joined the PWC, I recommend it. They, I believe, are starting up a new season soon. I'm not too sure, but we may be seeing them again in the PGP this season as well. So, like I said, major comeback. Thanks for taking your first step into the NBA. 6 minutes, I said? I know.
For what it's worth, I have
Probably
not
6
started the
minutes into just
timer yet
explaining.
because we didn't start talking about the team. The
Yeah.
first,
Okay,
the
start the
first one's
timer
always
now.
like introductions.
Start the timer now.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's on.
All right. So we see the tried and true Coco Val. Tapu Koko as a first pick is not a surprise to anyone. I guess before I talk about exactly what I rated this team, let me find my talking points here. Where did they go? I had them open. I promise. Here we go. Yeah, I think it's just a really fresh take on the like traditional Coco team. I think Nidoking in particular is a very classic partner, and Terra Ironleaves is just one of the best abusers on the list, in my opinion, especially now that Iron Crown was Terra banned.
I was gonna say, yeah,
well.
that's a big thing that is no longer here.
Yeah, it's a big thing. So, yeah, do you guys have any first impressions?
I've always said that I like Jolteon as a Terra Cap for like a lower tier one, and also, correct me if I'm wrong, the Terra limit for a team is also lower now. So there's more just low tier Terra captains in general.
Yeah, it's 20 points now.
Yeah, so I think that will help some of these good low tier Terra captains shine even more than they did in the past, because now they're up against other low tier Terra captains. So I like that you have Jolteon here for a great offensive Terra captain. Leaves also offensive, but mostly getting rid of that weakness. The 4 times bug weakness is pretty crippling.
So I'm curious, Lizzie, what do you think in particular about the Terra Jolteon in conjunction with the Tapu Koko?
So I actually was looking at it originally, like they're in the same speed tier. The offensive Coco set is going to fill the same role as offensive Jolteon and is probably just going to do it better, which kind of confused me in the initial. But I was also thinking it also lets Coco run fatter, bulkier utility sets as well. So I don't hate it. It's just it did definitely raise an eyebrow to it, but I think I kind of like it.
Yeah, that's fair. I had kind of the same thoughts. Thought it kind of felt odd as a captain with Coco, but I thought the first thing I thought actually with it is, maybe they're trying to pull off some rising voltage shenanigans here.
That could be good.
And playing it kind of like a Regieleki, where you just play to have your Coco try to grass knot the ground type, and then just let Jolteon run free with Specs rising voltage or something similar.
I was actually kind of thinking almost the opposite of that, where you're setting electric terrain the whole game. You're already wanting to boosted volt switch everywhere with Coco. Coco can't Terra. Coco has Grass Knot as its good coverage for ground. Terra Jolteon is Terra Blast Ice, or whatever other coverage you want. Like let's say it's a one of the Mud Boys that's not weak to ice. You just do your Terra Grass on there. Jolteon can counter whatever Mon is going to be sitting in front of you and preventing you from volt switching around everywhere. So I think because Coco, even like you can, I agree that you wouldn't be running like an offensive Coco as much with Jolteon on the board. You're also not bringing Jolteon to every game, right?
Yeah.
I would say the games that Jolteon comes to, that there's more than enough opportunities to run a support Coco, and at the same time, this combo together, specifically with the Terra Jolteon, makes it so that's a lot harder to just stop Coco from volt switching around, and you have two Mons that are volt switching around on electric terrain, which is going to hurt a lot. And those are just there are overlaps. I thought the same thing at first, but at the same time, I think this is an overlap that works because you're powering, like the electric terrain benefits the electric type, right? So like they're both getting that, and they both have different ways to snipe ground types, which is really the only thing that's going to stop you from volt switching around. So I like that there's that customization there, and it's not a huge investment. So it's your lower tier captain.
I think that's the biggest thing for me, is that it's, like you said, not a massive investment. I think this Coco team wants 100%. Iron Leaves anyways. So having that extra 8-point captain just to use up all your points, it's used fine. It does feel like it's a little too much. Like, yeah, it's not necessary, but it is just like the exact same speed tier and the exact same type, and it does want to be doing a lot of the same things. But in matchups where the opponent's ground type isn't very good, or you're able to fish it out with either the Jolteon or the Coco, both of them are able to play more scrappy. Don't care if one dies for ship on the ground type, because then the other one is going to take over.
Yeah.
And Royce is saying in chat, can we talk about the weird speed tiers? That's something that I actually thought was a plus for the team. I really like the team's speed. It means that in matchups where you want your Jolteon, your electric type, either Coco or Jolteon, to be able to like take on the ground types or whatever, but you don't have room for both.
Jesus.
Still fast enough.
Sorry.
Without having Coco.
You guys couldn't hear that, right? The chat. I'm pretty sure the timer just like set an alarm off when it went off, and it muted everything else. And all I heard was this alarm going off.
Crazy. I didn't hear it.
I think I need to disable that sound.
Yeah. Something else I thought about the team is the defensive backbone is kind of just limited to Corviknight and Vaporeon. But overall, like, I'm not a big Corv believer. I think it has its time and place. I think on electric terrain, it gets pretty iffy, and same with Vaporeon. And often people, I don't know. I always hate on the stereotypical like Corv Milo defensive core, and I think Vaporeon is only slightly different from that. It does feel bad that the opponent's electric types just get good against you as well. And honestly, that was something that kind of held some of my rating back a little bit. Is it would be nice if some of your defensive core could actually take on the opposing electric types.
Yeah, Nidoking probably isn't the best absorber of enemy volt switch.
It's just very, Nidoking is very either. I mean, I love Nidoking, and I could go on about the difference between Nidoking and Nidoqueen forever, and I think Nidoking is better here on this offensive Coco team. But it's just that it's a little bit more prediction heavy, where if they don't click that electric move as you switch into Nidoking, and like Nidoking isn't that bulky and takes a lot of damage and can't do that very many times. Now, you do have Leaves and Jolteon and Cyclizar to help with your resistances. But that was just something that I noticed, like, maybe if Vaporeon was something like a Swampert, that would be nice. But I do like the Nidoking overall. Team is fast, but a lot of pressure on the defensive checks. Really good at forcing terra ground from opponents. Yeah, I would agree with that. And as well, it's not bad at beating the ground types because you don't mind throwing your Jolteon at the ground type and just trading like 60% chip for your Jolteon, because then your Coco's free, right? And also Iron Leaves just beats most ground types too, so. Yeah, as far as things like hazards go, there are only, I believe, 2 hazard setters. There's Nidoking and Corsola Galar. Corsola is kind of niche, and I don't expect to be coming that often, but Nidoking is very good at making time for its own rocks. It's very good at forcing the opponent to make a play and make a switch, and those are the times that rocks are pretty easy to get up. So even though there's not very many setters, I do think you can still get pretty consistent rocks with Nidoking. And the removal is honestly pretty good. There's, let's see, Coco, Corv, Cyclizar can all remove. Ideally, it wouldn't be a defogger, because then you remove your own terrain, but Cyclizar is just a pretty consistent spinner as well.
I was just looking, because I was curious if there were any other teams where their lowest cost was 5, and I see one other team where their lowest is 9, which is kind of crazy, but then everything else has something lower than a 5. So it's a little hard to tell because the rosters are in draft order, it looks like. It's just not in the point order.
Right.
But it's just something I noticed where it's like, this is your lowest tier mon at a 5 is like, a pretty well-balanced team for a team with 10 mons.
Yeah.
So...
the only last couple things I can say about this is I feel like usually Coco Val teams in particular feel really squishy. I do like the flexibility defensively that Corv and Vaporeon brings, and they both pivot and they both have good sustain, and honestly they can both set up and be a threat themselves. So they are pretty good. I just wish one of them was able to take on the electric types that were good against the team. And I'd like to see Major Comeback run maybe some screens, like Screens Coco or Jolteon.
Yeah.
I feel like would be really strong for some setup. There's a lot of setup here.
Well, even just without setup,
like CM Coco.
Like putting screens in front of Nidoking, who doesn't have like
Nidoking
a
can
4
just
times
fire
weakness, like he'll get a few more hits off, and that's hard for some teams to deal with his coverage. Somebody mentioned in the chat, Roy said Nidoking is the only one in the middle speed tier, and yeah, there is a bit of a chasm between 104 Leaves, and Leaves is also gonna be like boosted speed probably a lot. Like there's gonna be a lot of mons kind of between this range. Like slower than Leaves, faster than Nidoking, that are just going to be running like plus attack nature.
Let me see what. Okay, I'm looking to see what Nidoking reaches. It reaches 295.
Yeah.
And yeah,
it's
Adamant,
a pretty common speed tier.
Yeah. The thing is, Adamant 100s will outspeed Nidoking at Timid. So yeah, I could see something like a Victini or a Manaphy kind of doing a lot of problems.
Yeah.
Maybe not Manaphy because it'll just die because it's against the electric terrain. But yeah,
I don't think Manaphy
could struggle against setup sweepers. That's pretty fair, especially if it's a setup sweeper that has good electric coverage.
Yeah,
I agree. The team is like pretty frail, other than Corv and Vap.
Which and that's 2 electric weaknesses as kind of like your big walls.
Yeah.
And your immunity is an offensive mon. Mostly that wants to not take very many hits. And
yeah. All things said and done, I think we can kind of move on. We've touched on most important things here. I'm curious, Lizzie, what did you rate this team?
I rated it an 8. It's very offensive forward. I think this kind of team is going to be a challenge for the other players in Truant to kind of get behind and ahead of to beat it. And I think this the offensive threat of the core is just going to be able to run over a lot of games, I think.
Yeah, awesome. And Tody, would you say?
I say 7 for this.
Yeah.
I do think it has like I like the offensive synergies. I think I'm like looking at it again like a little less convinced defensively. Just kind of like after like what we talked about with how electric terrain kind of makes it harder for a couple of the walls to really do their job. But I think 7 is still fair. It's still a good team. I mean, you still have Coco Val. You still have 2 good Terra captains who both benefit from Coco. Like synergizing your top tiers together and your Terra captains to your highest point mon, I think is like always good. I would be curious to see if it can, beat its opponents to the punch, basically. Like, I don't think it's going to be very long games with this team.
Yeah, probably pretty scrappy, unless like Corv is just iron defensing or something.
Yeah, I mean, Corv like might be able to just like check something, right, and it'll do that. But besides that, it'll be a lot of figuring it out.
True. Well, I guess that means that we have a bit of a staircase going, because I actually rated it a 9. I think this team is just one of the better teams in the division. I'm a really big Nidoking believer, and I'm willing to give Major Comeback the benefit of the doubt in hearing them out about this Terra Jolteon with Coco. I think it has a lot of high upside for if you are able to remove the electric community. Running a rising voltage sweeper with quick feet or something would be really devastating. So yeah, great draft for Major Comeback. A good start to your debut season, and we're excited to see what you've got going forward. And what does the timer say?
I switched it to a stopwatch now, so it's going to go up, and it's not going to scream an alarm in my ear when it reaches 0, and I'll just look at it when we're past 6.
It goes up like it's going up like the NBA stonks.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yeah.
Up next, we've got PF987.
Does that stand for anything?
I don't know.
Is it just PF?
Never asked.
Never asked. PF, if you're here, let us know what the story is behind your initials. I guess I'll get to you guys in a sec. The first thing that jumped out to me looking at this team is PF's team is like a super sweets team where like the Mega Aggro, the Hydreigon, and the Milotic feels like these are just, I think he might have even drafted exactly these 3 in combination last time Sweets drafted. Just very sturdy, good flexible offense. Milo's a decent pivot, and like a good start to a defensive backbone. Like I said, I'm not really a big Milo believer. I think it can be abused pretty easily by things that like either resist Scald or are able to sub on it or etc. Overall, I think the top few is pretty cool. Yeah, Tody, what is your problem with the team?
I don't see very good hazard removal for a team with Charizard, Ceruledge, Aerodactyl, Altaria. Like, you have like defoggers, right, that can bring boots. But Licky doesn't have spin, does he?
No. That'd be funny though. I think it should.
I don't know. Well, because he has rollout. That's why I was like, does he have spin too? It's like that's like you evolve. That's how you evolve it. Lickitung evolves into Licky because it has rollout, and I was thinking like maybe it rolls quickly. I mean, that's like what Donphan does, right? Like he's just rolling.
I mean, Miltank doesn't have rapid spin.
That's true.
Miltank is like the rollout mon.
Yeah. Well, anyway, it's recently on my mind because in my other league, my first 2 weeks, one was against one was against regular Aerodactyl, and then actually I guess I didn't fight the Mega, but I saw it. There's somebody had one. And I was thinking about how it's like when I was prepping against this one, where it's like he was the only defogger on the team basically. Like if he's your only defogger, then it's like he's bringing boots and he's bringing defog, or he's not bringing hazards and he's weak to rocks. And I don't see many other like options that do it particularly better, right? Like that like would want to have to run that for a team with so much vulnerability to it, I guess. Like, because you can't run your Sash, Cerulege sets. You can't run like anything other than the boots on Aerodactyl or Charizard. Like, I don't know. Like, I would like to see better hazard control on a team with this many mons that are weak to rocks, but also just you have a pivot with melodic. It's Aggron's like the only one who doesn't really care, right?
Yeah, but it is like just a lot of flying types that
Yeah.
Are you running Boots Defog on all of these? But yeah, the best defogger is Mew, which like, hey, it's
I guess
a really
that's
good
true.
defogger,
I
but
didn't see the Mew at the very bottom here.
so that's something I wanted to talk about. So I agree that though there are technically a lot of removal options, none of them are like particularly good except for Mew. You can defog Latios, it's like fine, but it's not that good.
Yeah.
Defog Mew is
Like
pretty
if
good.
you're drafting Latios for that amount, like you don't want it to be your
Yeah.
defogger.
Yeah, and same as Hydreigon too.
Yeah. Oh, Hydreigon gets it.
I
wasn't sure.
Yeah, it does too. Yeah. But yeah, that's something else I wanted to mention is the round 11 Mew. But I'm not too sure how much I actually like it here.
Yeah, it's
and was wondering if well, I guess since Toady, you just talked about this, Lizzie, do you have any thoughts on the late Mew pick here?
The late Mew kind of feels like a band-aid solution to a lot of problems.
Yeah, it learns everything.
This draft is
gets everything. You're fine.
This draft is themed. There is a theme to this draft.
There's a theme.
Yeah, everything's a dragon or has a move that has dragon in the name. So they're all honorable dragons. I don't know what dragon move Licky Licky gets.
Dragon this
Probably
tongue
Dragon Tail.
all over your face.
But so like I get that like when it came to the ending the draft, he might have had slim pickings on things that fit the theme. Unfortunately, I don't think it fixes the team.
Well, that makes a lot of sense then, because I really
it's like the best gimmick to make your team.
I really thought that this like end of draft Mew was like a, hey, I know I already have Latios, but it's open and I have extra points and nobody can pick it because everybody's out of points.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's why I checked the tier list. Is like, did every other 20 get picked? And this Mew is probably just sitting there at the end of the draft.
Yeah, so I think it was just something that was unsnipeable by that point in the draft, and PF's like, all right, screw it.
Yeah, it's true. He could have drafted Blistat Toys.
Royce.
Interesting.
Yeah,
well,
I'm a fan of gimmick teams. I'm always a fan of gimmick teams. I'm not sure if this one's it. This is like what if I made a team of all mons that learn a grass coverage move? It's like, okay, like great theme. Your team is just worse. Like it's not all dragons, right? It's not all like mons that like kind of look like dragons that might not be dragons. It all learn a dragon move. And then you draft mons like Licky. It's like I think you've kind of defeated the theme by drafting like the technicality.
Even though the gimmick was opened up to not just all dragons, but it's just things that learn things with dragon in the name. There are still 3 dragons with no fairy types. And I feel like if you don't have the best dragon in every matchup, you're just going to get Draco'd into oblivion unless you're like Terra Fairy on whatever.
Is there a steel? Magron.
Yeah, there is a steel type, but it's triple dragon, triple flying. There's a whole bunch of double types too with like
dude, Magron's
with
gonna
psychic,
be carrying some weight with these
ices,
ice and dragon.
Yeah.
Ice melodic resistance.
Fire. Yeah. Dark too. There's is that two dark types as well? Yeah, it's just a lot of overlap.
You know what's funny though?
Yeah, what's up?
The like normally when you make a gimmick team and then you like open it up to like some things that are like technically true, like the team gets marginally better, right? I
Right.
don't think this team got marginally better by opening it up to like non-dragon, Solar and Dragon moves. Like if
Not
these
really.
are the mons that you picked, like,
I kind of think Mono Dragon might have been better.
that's what I said. It's like at this point, just commit to the Mono Dragon. Like it's probably going to be a better team than this, or
True.
at least like pretty equal with the same weaknesses,
Yeah.
right?
Is Mega Altaria open?
Um,
Because I know he has a base Altaria.
it would be a good way to get a fairy. I don't know. I don't know how much it costs.
Control F.
Oh, there it is. It is ticking.
Damn. Unfortunate.
Yeah.
But yeah, even just looking at like the Hydreigon plus Latios is like maybe you're cooking something here. Then you see there's also an Altaria, and it's like, okay, hold on, maybe maybe something went wrong here. Something in particular that I wanted to talk about was the Terra captains. What do you guys think about the choice of Terra?
I think Terra Ceruledge is cool. It's I don't know if it's the best Terra captain because it's like it actually does a pretty good job as a fire ghost type. Like that's like a good typing to have for like its little gimmick that it does. And Terra doesn't really save you from the things that a fire type would want to avoid because you would have to like come in on rocks, for example, before Terra. So I don't like it. I don't know what Cerulege's coverage is like without Terra. So like that's always a benefit for a mon like this, like a setup, like Sword Stance, sweeper
Well, it has
situation.
Dragon Claw.
Is that what the move is that it gets? It's not like Dragon Rage
Let
or
me
something.
check. Let me check. It has close
It's
combat.
Dragon Claw. It's Dragon Claw.
It's Dragon Claw. Okay. Yeah,
It has
Terra
close
Dragon, Dragon
combat,
Claw. I mean,
it
that's probably the way to go with this team. You need some more dragon
CC,
power.
Poison Jab, Throat Chop, X Scissor. Seems like that's Solar Blade technically.
Yeah.
That's pretty much the extent of it.
You know what's actually funny?
What?
The Ceruledge is one of the 3 fairy resists on the team, and it's a Terra captain.
True, so it's no longer a fairy resist.
Yeah, so you're Scrafty, who one of your only non-dragons on the team happens to be 4 times weak to fairy. At least he can Terra that off.
True.
This team gets worse the longer I look at it, I'll be honest. Like that.
I know.
it's like-
Okay, I will say I do disagree about Ceruledge being kind of a mid Terra captain. I think Ceruledge is actually really
No, I didn't say it
strong
was mid.
as
I
Terra.
think it's a good Terra captain.
Well, you said it
I'm-
like, doesn't need it, and you're right in that like it doesn't super need it because it's
Yeah.
good at being a fire and good at being a ghost type. But the flash fire immunity just does just mean that you can be
That's
like a
true,
bug
yeah.
type or a steel type or something, a grass type, and not worry about that. Plus, then boosting your bitter blade, I think, is really strong.
Yeah.
If they do click a fire move into you.
In my
as well
defense-
as weak armor, just changing your type into a fairy type, for example,
Yeah, something
to
that
proc your
resists.
weak armor is also just really strong in my opinion.
In my defense, I was told I'm not allowed to talk about immunity abilities on the stream, so I wasn't allowed to acknowledge the flash fire Terra synergy there.
That's true. That's my bad.
I was a good boy. I didn't mention it about
Mixed
Jolteon.
messages.
I didn't say Volt Absorb Jolteon.
True. You've been doing
You
so
put me
well.
in a
I'm so
tough
proud of
spot
you.
here.
I know.
Can I at least talk about Levitate on Latios? Please.
What
no,
am I dragging?
you can't talk about it on Hydreigon.
What does that ability even do?
Well, you see.
We're at 10 minutes and 58 seconds, by the way.
Okay. Overall, I think the gimmick is sure. Go ahead and have that gimmick if you'd like. It will give you a very
That's
bad
a good
team.
way to sum it up. Yeah.
I
Gimmick
maybe-
pro. I agree. I don't think it's worth the gimmick. I don't think it's a good enough gimmick to make your team bad.
I do think it's salvageable if you want to drop the gimmick. If you want to keep it, hey, power to you. But if you want
Yeah.
to drop it, I think an easy fix would be changing your Terra captain to your second captain to Aerodactyl and keeping that as your speed. It would make
Oh, that
Arrow a
does
lot more
fit.
bringable.
Oh yeah, that's
Yeah, I
actually
think
a
I
really
would-
good option.
It would make Arrow a lot more bringable. Right now, it feels like it's kind of just tacked on.
It's probably tacked
tidy
on
up some
to
of the
get rid of
clutter.
the 4 times fairy weakness
True.
that the team.
Tidy up some of the clutter. I think there's too many like random low point mons that don't do too much, and I'm sure there are other mons that are better that fill your holes, that don't, like, I don't know, that aren't bad. That
Do they
cost a
learn a
little.
dragon type move?
I'm sure. Get a fairy, get a ground. Maybe get rid of some of the double typings that you have with Hydreigon and Mew and stuff. Honestly, even just dropping Latios. I think Latios is good though. That's the problem. Hard to say.
Wait, is it dragon type
no,
moves or moves with the word dragon in them?
With
Both.
the word dragon.
Okay, so it can't just be a dragon type move. So like Twister doesn't count.
No.
There goes.
I imagine
Pidgeotto.
it's Imagine Dragon theme. I don't know. Anyways, that's
I'm
my
imagining
thoughts.
this team isn't going to do very well.
Any final thoughts on the team before we continue?
No, I mean, did you want to give a number?
Yes, I do. I was pretty harsh on it. I was going to be a little bit more understanding with it because it has a gimmick, but I think I wanted to actually rate it just so that we could actually have a standard here. I rated it pretty lowly. I don't know about you guys. I gave it a 3 out of 10.
Oh my god.
I feel like even that maybe would have been kind of generous.
That is the gimmick score, yeah.
Yeah, it's the you tried. But I also feel like PF is good enough to know that it's bad, and I don't think would be surprised with a bad rating.
Here's the thing, I would actually say a 4, only because I still think Latios and Mega Aggron together is like that might be able to just win some games in Truant, right? Like it's I don't know, like maybe just ignore the bottom half of the team.
I do think Truant Division it gets better every season.
It's better
and
now.
There are some first time players here, and I feel like they're, if anything, gonna have the toughest time out of any of our first timers that we've had. Unfortunately,
hey, look, it's PF. He's in chat.
This is our first full season. Yo, welcome back, or welcome, I guess. I'm not sure if you were here before.
I don't think.
Lizzie, any last thoughts on the team before we go?
No, I think we covered it all. I like the I called it sweet score, both of the fat top end, and then I think Terrace Air Ledge is sweet. So
yeah,
awesome.
Wait, what was the number?
Oh, I gave it a 4.
Okay.
So we've got another staircase because you gave it a 5, right, Tony?
Yeah, I gave it a 4 as well.
Oh, we didn't. I
was going to say we didn't say the numbers.
Rating.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so let's
either.
just talk about PF. What's PF's community rating?
5.73. They were more merciful. They probably glanced at the top and didn't think about it.
Maybe, or maybe we're just too harsh. And sorry, for a major comeback, what did he have for community rating?
First of all, reminder: I was 7, Lee was 8, and you were 9, or vice versa. You two?
Yeah, I was 9. Yeah.
You were 9.
Come back on a 7.5.
And 7.5 was the average.
Nice. That's pretty good.
So pretty close to like the average of us as well.
Yeah. PF also said in chat the lore drop for their name. It was just a name.
Name for shooting craps with the boys at age 10.
Dice with buddies. Okay, let's move on to number 3. We have Chemfruit. Chemfruit, like PF, was recently demoted from Swarm for kind of a lackluster performance, but they're back in Truant with a pretty alright team, I think. What do you guys have for initial thoughts?
Go ahead, Lee.
I really like the immediate breaking power of the team. Things like Samurott setting spikes on turn 1. Things like Hydrapple being able to punch holes in things with Terra boosted Fickle Beams, Mega Gallade close combats, Melmetal Double Iron Badge. The threats don't need setup. They don't need a lot of. Some of them, like Hydrapple and Melmetal, are bulky enough to come in, take hits, and then force things out. So I really like that going on. I would like to see some better pivots going on here. Kilowattrel is doing a lot of work in my eyes of being.
Samurott has flip turn.
Well, yeah, but you want to be clicking the good moves. You want to get your Hammerot in to get your spikes up, or miss your spikes, depending on what kind of player you are.
Try to get your spikes up.
And then I just maybe I'm just like conditioned to be terrified of Zygarde, but I'm always terrified of Zygarde.
Yeah.
Well, I think that's just because you're a pussy. Like I don't think that.
True.
I don't think that's like the team or anything.
Owned.
No, it wasn't a burn. I think it's more like a psychological analysis.
True.
Okay.
Didn't we have a conversation about this before? A lengthy conversation about what it means.
Oh, what?
Maybe I don't
what
want to
means?
dig it up if we did. So
About what being
But I
afraid
like-
of Zygarde means?
no, never mind.
I like
Like, what?
You
I like
what,
this
sorry?
team a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
Hold on, wait.
The
doesn't
very
it zero
first
hazard
thing-
control?
so I want to talk about that in a sec. I'm gonna pretend that doesn't exist and talk about what I like about the team
I
because
think you're right though.
I think honestly the team is very threatening. There's a lot of offensive threats and it demands a lot of prep from your opponent.
Yeah.
Terra Hydrapple is something that even All Stars were saying is an appreciated Terra captain.
Yeah.
And is probably worth like 15 points at the minimum. So I mean that plus there's decent recovery through the team with like Arcanine, Kilowattrel having Roost. And honestly, there's just a lot going for the team offensively. Even like an Assault Vest, Terra Fairy, Hydrapple or something looks really strong, which is something that I did consider in my rating for it, is that even though the Fairy type for the team is Carbink, I think that Hydrapple more often than not is just going to be a Fairy type.
Yeah, because you do have
There's not too much reason to draft it alongside a Zygarde for double 4 times ice weaknesses if you don't plan on just terroring it into a relevant type.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
no,
I like
I agree. I
that
can't wait
there
for Terra Apple to
are between like Hammerot, Arcanine, Melmetal, like that's a lot of ice resists for like early in the game too, that it's not just like free to just start spamming like Specs Ice Beam to like make sure that the Hydrapple can't come in to even Terra to begin with.
Yeah,
Like, there's enough
like to-
deterrence there for that you can get
I would
in
like
and
to
you can
see
get
on
Terra.
Zygarde teams. I'd like to see bulkier water types sometimes. Maybe
Yeah.
not like necessarily bulkier, but just ones that like have a little bit more survivability. I feel like Samurott doesn't actually switch into the ice moves for
No,
Zygarde.
Arcanine does though.
Yeah,
Arcanine
well,
has
that's the
recovery
thing
too.
is your offensive fire type is kind of relegated to being a defensive fire type,
Yeah.
which is fine. Arcanine can do that fine.
Yeah, I think it's okay in the context of the rest of the team with how much offense they bring, especially as physical attackers in general. Actually,
Looking
wait,
at speed tiers,
this is mostly physical attackers. That's a little.
Yeah, it is mostly physical. Samurott does have 100 special attack, and Arcanine also has a pretty decent mixed set as well. And Hydrapple and Kilowattrel have decent special attack, so I'm
Yeah,
not
Hydrapple
too
and
worried.
Kilowattrel, I know, are
But the threats
dedicated.
are definitely all physical. The speed tiers for the team are pretty decent. I'm glad that it's not just capped at Mega Gallade. There's a Kilowattrel there that's a lot faster. And I guess we can talk about the elephant in the room. People have already mentioned it in chat a couple times. This is something that really holds my opinion of the team back by quite a few points. I want to say is there's literally 0 hazard removal options. There's not a spinner. There's not a defogger. There's not any deterrent from like a magic bouncer. This team's removal is hoping the opponent defogs Samurott spikes. That's literally
or
the
you
only
can
counterplay.
taunt so that they can't set hazards.
True. There are
That's-
2 taunters on the
Maybe, I
team?
don't
I'm not sure if
know.
Mutt gets it.
Much
True.
lower than the Rockers.
Yeah, exactly. So I do think this team is going to have to run multiple boots all the time, like Kilowattrel, Arcanine. Honestly, I could even see Melmetal and
I mean,
Hydrapple
Arcanine
running
has to
boots.
run like 4 boots, I would think.
Yeah, it's got to run a boot for every foot.
Yeah. Does Hydrapple wear like one big boot for the apple, or do you think all of the individual like worms?
No,
have
dude, that would
a
be
boot?
Hydrapple pants
Well, then where does he put the boots on?
on his tail.
on his feet. Oh, on his tail, sure.
But his tail's like, I feel like the apple is. You'd wear the boots like inside the apple, because then the apple gets like destroyed when you drop it on this layer of spikes, and then all the worms fall out, and they need to be wearing boots.
Mm-hmm. Well, oh yeah, Stormtide says Kilo not getting defog is rough. It does look like the
It's just a Gen 9 bird.
should have defog, but yeah, Gen 9 bird problem. If
You
there
know
was
what's
literally
weird?
just one Mon that was like 10 plus points on this team that had defog, I'd have a very different opinion on the team.
Why does Corviknight get defog?
It's a Gen 8 bird.
Yeah, but Gen 8 also didn't have defog across the board.
Yeah, it did. Oh, not across the board, no.
Like, I feel like that was, like, still definitely... Because, like, most of them were, like, Gen 4 and 5. Yeah, well, regular Weezing has it, so I think that makes more sense for that. It doesn't?
Nope.
I think, actually... Weird... I think we've had this conversation before, because I always think that regular Weezing does. At least he's, like, Steam-based. It makes some sense. I don't know. I feel like defog, they just, like, stopped giving it to Mons kind of, like, post-Nat decks, because it was like they gave it to a bunch of Mons in Gen 4 because it was a stupid HM that you needed, and then they're like, well, we should probably keep distributing this, and then they were just like 8 and 9, they're like, yeah, we're not gonna do that, because like Gyaptos doesn't have it, which actually surprised me. But Gyaptos also doesn't have I don't think Gyaptos has Birds. Yeah, well, right, that's what I mean, like that's why I was kind of thinking, like, I mean, Gen 8 is really, like, that's what the Toxic Prune happened to, like, I feel like that's when they kind of like started pulling everything back.
Yeah. Anyways, I do think we should start to move on. A couple final thoughts, like I was touching on before, the speed tiers I think are layered pretty well. You've got 125, 110, and then a whole bunch of things around like 85 to 95. I think it's pretty solid. As soon as you have that basis, you're kind of good to go. So points there. Points for the immediate offense. I feel like between Samurott, Gallade, Melmetal, you have a lot of immediate offense. Hydrapple as well. Honestly, in Hydrapple, Melm and Zygarde are all setup threats. Banded Zygarde, Banded Arcanine. I feel like there's a lot of offense going for this team. The real drawback is something I really can't overlook is just the lack of removal completely tanks this team's rating for me, which I gave it out of 10. I think I gave it a 5. I really couldn't. Yeah, I gave it a 5. I really could not overlook the lack of removal. If there was one remover on the team somewhere, it would probably shoot all the way up to a 7. If you add a couple, it might go to 10, or not 10, sorry, like 8.
Special attacking defogger.
A special attacking defogger, true. It's maybe kind of hard to say if Arcanine was Moltres. Maybe that would be okay, though.
I like Arcanine on this team, though, for other reasons, but yeah, Moltres does... If Arcanine's already going to be in that support role, the only thing is that Moltres is an ice resist.
Yeah, that's the problem, and then your ice resist for Zygarde are pretty tough. Yeah, so hard to say.
And pre-Terra Hydra.
Yeah, that's my thoughts. What do you guys think?
I actually didn't see Carbink originally. I didn't. I thought that there wasn't any kind of like Trick Room set or anything for Mel, and that he was just always going to come in slow. Obviously, it's a 2-pointer. Like, you're not prepping for this every game, but like having the option, I like, so that kind of changes it. But I also didn't see that there was no hazard removal, so I think those two things balance out. And I'm gonna say, like, this is my amended score here, knowing that there's no hazard removal. But I think the team's like fine. Otherwise, I'm gonna say 5.
Yeah, sure. And
Lee?
I gave it a 7 because I like punching.
That's fair. It do be very punching.
It's Chikorumon coat. Oh, does he also have it? I guess that makes sense. Rune has it.
Oh, we've got our first Swarm battle that went live a couple minutes ago. That's pretty cool. Good luck to Corey and whoever he's playing. I don't know what the matchup is, but Corey posted the link, so...
Maybe Corey's a spectator.
True, maybe. Never mind then. Yeah. And what did the community say about Chemfruit's team?
6.24.
Okay, I don't think we're too far off.
Yeah. I also think it's like well disguised. Like the flaws of the team are well disguised. Yeah. So I think looking at
There's
it,
a lot on the screen that you're looking at. It's like, oh, this is good. Oh, this is good. This is good. And then you kind of forget.
One last thing. Boots are going to be not boots. Rocky Helmet's going to be rough. Like,
yeah,
if
also
teams
true.
can afford to bring Rocky Helmets.
There are a couple knockoffs, but
yeah, but like there is a lot of physical textures, and like all of them are contact except Zygarde, right?
Yeah. All right. Well, on to our next
Sumanth.
team. Sumanth, yeah. I forget.
Is it Sumanth or Sumanth?
I don't know. Sumanth. Did Sumanth take a break season? Do you remember, Lizzie? I know that you have a knowledge of this thing. I think he took a break for season 5.
Played season 4 and the Cast Form Cup. Took a break season 5. Is back.
Okay.
And he's back, baby. Back with a kind of interesting team. Volcarona, Mega Diancie, I think is a really threatening.
Very fat team.
It's definitely, I don't know if I'd call it fat. There's Tinglu and Ferrothorn.
Seismitoad's fat as fuck. He's a big fat frog.
Dragonite's thick.
True. Maybe we have
Dragonite
different opinions of
scales.
what's fat.
I think I know what you mean. Like where it's not like stat fat.
Yeah.
But I mean it's fat like it's gonna take some work to chip through. Like,
yeah. So I think the first thing you got to notice off the bat though is that there's some crazy like game-ending setup threats here.
Yeah.
Volcarona and Dragonite are just like extremely threatening. They are both extremely reliant on heavy-duty boots or on just good hazard removal on your team. So it might be tough to run them in like more utility pivot-based switch-in kind of game plans, just because getting hit by a knockoff, I feel would be just really, really bad for them.
Yeah.
But they are bringable when the team can't sweep. I've seen like Heal Bell Dragonite do pretty well. Even just like Will-O-Wisp, U-turn Volcarona is like not that bad.
I like that your Mega Diancie is anti-hazards and also anti-knock. So it does kind of like help against some of those kinds of like utility mons.
Yeah, my opinion on Diancie though is
option.
Even though it is anti-hazard and anti-knock, switching it in
can be risky.
And it is extremely risky. And you could just lose your Diancie to like a bad like earthquake read or something, you know? It's not
or
really
a steel wing from
base.
Mega Pidgeot, which by the way one shots Mega Diancie if you have like 40 attack investment. Steel wing on Mega Pidgeot kills this motherfucker.
True. But I don't think you can risk Diancie dying at all, because not only is it kind of frail, at least it's frail post Mega. It's also the fastest mon on the team. And losing Diancie means you lose pretty much all speed.
Sorry, you said Diancie was the fastest on the team? I was resetting the timer because I forgot to.
Yeah, Diancie. So even though you have prio options with like D-Knight and Low Kicks and Breloom, if you lose Diancie, your fastest mon is what, Volcarona? Are you even running full speed when it's running Quiver Dance? And a problem that I have with Diancie and Megas in general being your fastest mon, unless it's something stupid fast like Aerodactyl or Beedrill or Sceptile, is they can't hold an item. So they're going to get scarfed again. Like something will have a random scarf Steel Wing, like you said, and will beat the Diancie, and you can't do anything about it.
Diancie in this case, too, it's kind of like having like Ogerpon be your fastest, because it's like that same speed tier. But not base Ogerpon, but like the other 3. Where it's like when you cap out your speed, it's a fast mon, but yeah, like you just lose to that scarf. And it's like, and sometimes it's not even to the scarf. Like I would actually say like my issue with the super fast megas is that if it's your fastest mon or it's like your only speed threat, then you always know that a scarf will outspeed one of them, right? In this case, you don't even really need a scarf in some cases to like guarantee that you're going to be faster than the fastest thing on this team, because like you know that it can't scarf past your Jolteon or Greninja or something, right? Like if none of these mons get up there, like because Volcarona isn't going to run scarf, like it has to take a turn to set up. I guess like maybe this is the sleeper where it's like +1 after rapid spin to be kind of fast, but And then Dragonite also sets up. It is a lot of like, you need to make sure you get that turn.
Wait, what is rapid spinning? Toad Screw?
Toad Screw, yeah.
Okay.
I'm just saying,
Sure.
like, but everything needs like a turn to get speed, right? And none of them are Scarfers. Like, I mean, like, Dragonite could, right? But like, you really don't. Usually,
I think something important to note is that Dancy is not only the fastest mon, but it's also the most expensive and probably the strongest mon on the team as well. Whereas if somebody has an Ogerpon or I mean anything that's 110 speed, for the most part, they're going to be willing to make that 50-50 trade with you,
right?
Because they're risking their 12 pointer and you're risking your 19 pointer.
Yeah.
And like that, I know that it's not like binary. You can't look at it in black and white like that of, oh, this mon is worth more points, so I should trade it. It doesn't always work like that. But the fact that Dancy has to trade usually down, because usually 110 isn't the fastest mon on both teams at least. I think that's just a problem.
Yeah, I think that the Mega Dancy is a mon that is 19 points not for its speed. Like the speed's nice, but it's like you're spending 19 points on this mon for like everything else it does. So if you draft it to be your fastest mon, you're putting it at risk of like those kinds of situations where like it is just a bad trade, where it's like you're giving up this mon that's 19 points for reasons other than being 110 base speed, but you're losing because you're at a speed 50-50 with or speed tie with another mon that's like worth less, that is only there to kill things and like snipe your Dancy. So I think it's almost like you kind of want to ignore that number with the Mega Dancy, at least when you're setting up your speed tiers, or like setting up at least your higher speed tiers. Because you don't want that to be like I got my speed, I'm good to go. Because it's really
okay. I think we move on from Mega Dancy here. I think something important that Fennec pointed out is no Scarf. I'm not sure if you meant the same thing that I'm thinking here, but there's not a good Scarfer on Sumanth's team. Because Dragonite, Volcarona are both very reliant on their boots. Dancy can't hold an item. I mean, you could, I guess, Scarf your low kicks, I guess, or your Breloom, but I feel like that defeats the purpose of their like technician and their
low kicks. I think is really the only one that like makes sense to
like just a Scarf that Pentagon's U-turn.
Yeah,
get the Ranbats Mabosstiff set.
I will say that
is it
outside
Scarf Mabosstiff and Ranbats?
Yeah, it's Scarf.
Let's go.
Yeah.
It actually probably isn't like it, just the right matchup probably also isn't horrible. Like he has a meaty attack stat, right? But and not really that bad speed actually. Surprisingly, I thought he was slower. One thing that I would say is a good trade off like for this issue, just of speed in general, not even just of the Scarf issue, is that you do have the Dragonite, right? Like a Bandit extreme speed or just a setup extreme speed, like that will still OHKO a lot of frail fast Scarfers that you're trying to like get rid of, right? So like it's not just as long as the Dragonite's still alive, the Scarfer on the other team still isn't necessarily home free like it would be against a team without that, like without the extreme speed, without like the counter priority. So I think that helps a little bit with the speed issue, just having that +2 priority consistently. And on the topic of the fact that they need to set up, that they can't just run Scarf, that they need to set up for speed, I think it's a good team defensively to enable like the longer games, or like the situations where like you can get in and you can get that setup turn and it's not like your one chance to do it, right? Because you still have a Ferrothorn to switch into, you still have a Ting-Lu to switch into, maybe you have all your hazards up to like make sure that you get the sweep at that time. Like I think that these two specifically do enable that pretty well, the whole setup sweep. Would it be nice to have a Scarfer? Yeah, and I think it would make the team better. But you do still have the low kicks. You have an option. You have the extreme speed on the Dragonite that can counter like some of the late game Scarf sweepers who've come in on hazards all game, right? So I don't think it's as bad as maybe any team would be like with this issue, because I think it does cover it decently well. I agree that the issue's still there, but I actually don't think it's as crippling as it looks.
I mean, you say though that like, you know, Dragonite can come in, Dragon Dance once, claim one, and then switch out, right? That's what you're saying because Ferrothorn and Tinglu exist.
Well, no, I'm actually saying but partially, but also just the idea that like these two are prolonging the game anyway. So it's not going to be like you have this, like, it's not going to be these fast-paced games where it's like you have one chance to like make the read and go for it, or like here's their mon that's going to sweep you and suddenly you can't set up because they're standing in front of you, they got their setup turn, and now you're getting swept. Like, you can deny that from the enemy team, so really all you're dealing with are the Scarfers and that kind of thing, where Dragonite again already kind of deals with a Scarf, but just in general,
I mean, like, you can deny it if you just hope they're not a fighting type.
That's true. Yeah, they are both weak to fighting. But if it's a fighting type, then Dragonite.
I don't think it's the most like apt thing to say that like, oh, if Dragonite can't end the game, I can just end the game later because I have a defensive Pokemon. Like Pharaoh and Tinglu aren't like regen monsters like Slowbro or something. If it was a Slowbro, I think you could say that a little bit better, but they are still mons that get chipped down. Right? And if you're saying that the opponent's switching into Hazards all game, then like your Pokemon are too, usually.
Yeah, Stormtide says both major walls weak to close combat. Yeah, the fighting weakness is rough there.
Yeah.
For sure. And it helps that the Dragonite can set up in front of like a choiced fighting move.
Yeah.
And Volcarona too, actually. The Flame Body. But it's not ideal.
Yeah, not really. I don't think there was too much more on my agenda. I did want to talk about the Terra Captains just very briefly. I do think we should move on ASAP.
Mm-hmm.
Low kicks, I think Terra is really cool. Seismitoad felt kind of out of place to me. There's no rain to be Swift Swim. It might have just been an 11-point price thing of, hey, I'll just pick the best
Dragonite. Right. All right, now it's 20 max.
There's also 3 ground types and 3 dark types. And that felt a little bit weird to me.
And
I feel like
there's types.
Yeah, wow. I feel like there's just a bunch of kind of overlap things that could be cleaned up with a couple trades.
Yeah, the Mabosstiff doesn't seem as good when you have a Terra Low Kicks.
Yeah, if there's ever a dark type that's good to bring, it would be Terra Low Kicks.
Yeah, like if you see someone that's weak to just spamming dark types, just bring the Low Kicks. Actually, I do like the Low Kicks Terra, because like he's one of those ones where it's like you usually just Terra into stab, right? Because you get your turn lens. Terra Bug,
fighting would be good.
First impression, Terra Bug, you turn, Terra Dark, whatever. You can't.
And a Yen Mega on steroids.
Yeah. The
Seismitoad,
I guess I agree.
Fighting and rock coverage is curtains for the draft, and yeah, definitely. If it's like a Terrakion, it's just GG. What do you do?
Well, there are in Nat decks, especially. There are so many fighting types that just get Rock Slide and Stone Edge.
Yeah, well, I mean, you can name a bunch. There's like a Mian Shao or an Infernape or like any of the things that are faster than 100 speed that just beat Volcarona naturally with a rock move. Yeah, it's kind of just it's curtains, like Fennec says.
Yeah, I mean, now that correct me if I'm wrong. I believe there's an ability synergy here. I'm not allowed to.
We gotta move on.
Yeah, I'm not allowed to talk about it though.
Well, what's the ability synergy? Now
Water Absorption.
Oh, interesting.
Okay,
so I gave the team a 6 out of 10. I think the Volcarona Dragonite are more than able to just end games on their own. If you just bring both of them and they're just your last mons alive, and you play 4v6 until those 2 mons are left and one of them tries to sweep, you'll probably win a couple of those end games, right? So there's always options for it. Low Kicks is pretty good at just claiming one whenever it's in. Pharaoh Tinglu is okay, pretty fighting weak. Not the most like sustainable, I guess. Great hazard setters, but kind of middling removal. And I really don't like the speed tiers. But I think it, like I said, very easy to fix up if you just clean around the edges with a couple trades, get rid of some of this type overlap, and you're good to go.
Yeah, clean up the lower tiers. Probably swap out like Braylon too. What was your score?
6 out of 10.
6 out of 10. Okay, I said 7. I mean, and I think that I think I could be convinced to lower it though. Like honestly, just like with the issues. But yeah, I think that most on paper thing, like flaw with the team, is the Mega DNC being the fastest.
Yeah.
And then also I didn't notice like the fighting weakness especially is just not great.
Yeah, there is a lot that you'll notice just by talking about it with other people who like have different perspectives. But speaking of different perspectives, Lizzie, what did you think?
I gave it a 5, and I don't really have anything else to say.
Yeah, we once again gave it another staircase of 5, 6, 7.
Yeah.
Cool.
Right,
and then what does the community say?
Oh yeah, community for Sumanth is 5.88, which is kind of like right around where we were.
Yeah, right in the middle once again. Okay.
Next up, we got C2.
C2, let's go. I believe C2 was also a Swarm Demotee.
Yep.
I like his team. It's a small team.
And here we have another team with a 110 speed cap.
It's our first team that had 9 was the minimum, right?
Yeah, 9's the minimum.
Yeah, so this is our first team with the minimum, but then we have like 4 more after this. So,
yeah.
Okay.
So
my guess is that we'll see less clutter at the bottom tiers than we've seen in some of those past teams.
Yeah, this team is really good on clutter. I think it's very succinct, and everything here has like very distinct roles. I think one of my favorite support combinations is the Jirachi Clef.
Yeah, that's nice.
I think that's really nice. Like having 2 rockers. They both are. Options. They're both pivots. They both have wish. They both have like special attacking options. Honestly, Jirachi even just being a scarf option is really strong. Yeah. I don't like that the team is. It's another team with a 110 speed cap. I think that's it's unfortunately kind of a theme in Truant. We see a lot of those. Yeah. But at least this one can hold an item, and usually the item is going to boost its speed.
Booster, yeah.
So when you have like booster energy, Moth with Garchomp, for example, your speed tiers are like pretty okay.
Yeah.
Jirachi and Zapdos can be fast or slow in certain matchups, and even if they're not, like Urshifu is still there to have a very similar speed tier. What do you guys think of the Terra Captains here with Sinistcha, Suicune?
I think Sinistcha is a demon as a Terra Captain. This is a really good, 2 10s, and they're both good Terra Captains. I think Suicune is just a good versatile wall if you need it. I mean, the only drawback really to the Suicune on this team is that you have some really good walls already. Like between the Clef, the Zap, the Jirachi if you need it. I don't know how often you're going to need this Suicune.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was going to say, I feel like Sinistcha and Suicune kind of fill the same kind of role of like annoying to beat wall that also has combine setup options at the end.
Most of the time.
And so I think they kind of do the same thing, and it's kind of like, okay, well, which one of these has a better type going in before I need to pop this Terra, and what Terra type is going to be. And I think we'll never ever see both Terra Captains coming to the same game.
Yeah.
No, but I think that's fine when they're both 10-pointers. But I just think that most of the time Sinistcha is going to look better because it's just like it has coverage, it has recovery in the form of strength stat, which is super annoying on a Terra Captain.
It is, yeah. Something I'm strangely excited to see though is how Terra Suicune is able to pressure stall. I think it's definitely a lame strategy in most people's eyes. Maybe it's just like the inner Magic control player in me. I think pressure stalling with Terra is like, I don't think it's interesting per se. It's more interesting that like if you notice that there's a specific type that a team can't break very well, you can probably pressure stall with it.
Yeah.
So I think a good player will be able to identify what that type is, and I'm excited to see what C2 is able to do with it. But like you said, Sinistcha is a classic Terra Captain. I think it might have even gone down a point recently. I felt it was pretty expensive before we changed the Terra setting.
Yeah, I don't remember what it was at.
So I think it might have been 11. I don't think it was higher than that, but still. Something I noticed I mentioned before about Zapdos, or sorry, not Zapdos, Clefable and Jirachi. And there's also Garchomp too for setting hazards. It's not just that they're each good mons, or sorry, that they're each good setters. It's that they're each good mons that can set as well, to let the other two have good sets when you still need a rocker, which is my favorite way to draft rockers, I think, or just hazard setters in general. Yeah, really, really solid setters. I do think the removal could use some work. The only real removal is Zapdos. I don't really want to count Kamala.
I think Zapdos is reliable enough as a defogger. I don't see, like,
Yeah,
it's not a rain team, right? So, like, you're not going to really be running offensive Zapdos pretty much ever.
Yeah,
So,
it just means that it can't run like sub or toxic or whatever as often, which it's not a big deal. Although that is kind of funny looking at, I forgot, or I didn't notice that there was a double pressure. Maybe we see pressure stalling cores between the two. Yeah.
I will say too that with Clefable and Jirachi both being good like T waivers, you can get away with like not running Discharge on the Zapdos and just running Volt Switch, right? And just like having that be your electric move if you want it, which frees up a slot over having like U-turn or Volt Switch. One thing I like here is what was I gonna say? Oh, the I think that the Moth and the Garchomp kind of I think they go well together for kind of like freeing up a lot of like each other's bad matchups. Like the Moth is so good into fairies, and obviously as a fire type, like it'll still hit the steels pretty hard, but like you also have your ground type Garchomp breaking the way for your poison type, and like if it did want to run like a choice set, or if it's doesn't feel like predicting all the time, right? Like, I think that those two complement each other pretty well as like opposite attacking types. Then again, you could do special Garchomp as well. I guess my and the Urshifu as well is very strong into the steel types. It just kind of makes it so that like that the Iron Moth like will more often than not like actually I think be safer just spamming poison moves, which like normally, you know, if you're dealing with steel types, that's not always easy. Even with your fire coverage, they just run a fire berry, or they're bulky enough to not die to like unboosted fiery dance, and they hit you with the 4 times ground attack or something. So I like that, and I like that you have pivots into them as well.
Touching on what you're saying, yeah, I was actually going to say exactly that. There's a lot of almost every mon on this team pivots. I mean, okay, well, the top like 5
doesn't,
other than Chomp, yeah. So like
else.
5 of the top 6 mons pivot, which I think if you're just running like Specs Moth or Banned Urshi, or like SD Scale Shot Chomp or something like that, you're fishing for a lot of opportunities to just find the right matchup to completely demolish something.
Yeah.
Like a Specs Overheat, if you do it twice, it will basically kill a water type, right? Or as you keep gaining the momentum and you bring the Iron Moth in against the grass type over and over, just keep clicking the Specs Overheat, and you're going to kill the water type that switches in, right?
And you have all the pressure mons on your team, so you're never running out of Overheat PP.
True. What a plan. You should do that with like Melmetal or something, is draft all the pressure mons and then just never run out of double iron bashes.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think if C2 is able to have like one setup threat, one bonk threat, and the rest of like utility pivot Pokemon just kind of supporting, I think the season's going to go really well for them, and is what leads me to, despite the team capping out at 110 speed, which is something that I really think is like bare minimum, like you should try to be doing better than this. Despite that, I still think this team for me is like a 9 out of 10.
Yeah, I think these 6 is just a solid team on their own, and then whichever one of them has kind of a bad matchup, you bring the annoying Terramon. Whichever one is more annoying to the other team.
Yeah, exactly.
And I think you get away with
probably
a lot
how I'd
of
start
wins
building it too.
like that.
Yeah. Any thoughts here?
I would say 9 as well for my score.
Mhm.
I like it a lot. I mean, granted, you know my biases. I see Zapdos, I see Clefable, I like that.
True. I'm a simple man.
Yeah. Anytime I see two Mons together that I've used before, it's like that's a great team.
Yeah.
This is definitely on my short list for my favorite in the division. I gave it a 9.
Yeah. Awesome. We're on the same page.
What about
And what does the community say?
audience? Audience says 7.54. Come on, guys.
Interesting. Well, that's still very high.
It is actually like.
I think
higher
that's
than
one of the
average.
highest. We've seen one that's close. I think Major Comeback or somebody had
Yeah,
7.5.
7.5. I mean, it's the highest that we've done today by
Mhm.
0.04.
True. Okay, well. Yeah, really good team. Interested to see how C2 does. And hopefully they can redeem themselves after their demotion.
Yeah.
Up next, number 6. We're only number 6, and we're like an hour in.
We're almost 2 hours in, dude.
I mean, we didn't start until what, like 7:20
Yeah, it's like
something,
7:20, and
and
then
then
we
we took a few minutes to introduce and.
Yeah. I think we
like an
started
hour and
going
20.
through them, like going through the things like an hour ago.
Yeah. Well, the only thing that'll make it go faster is if we start talking about them. So, Damu.
Yeah, well, I started the timer, so you guys better hurry
Let's
up.
go.
Quit your yapping.
I've got a bone to pick with you, Damu, because you don't have Execute on this team.
I had to take it off so his trade-ins were.
Wait, there's an Executor though.
That's not Execute.
It evolved, dude.
They grew up so fast. One grace period.
Oh, shedding its
It's allowed to evolve.
It's not allowed to evolve.
I think that's fair. It evolved
It
and
only
it
takes
got
a
a
week to
Terra
evolve and
Stone or whatever
Execute
you
anyway,
used
so
to.
it doesn't take long.
Yeah, true. Okay, things that I like about the team. It's another team that I think is very succinct. In that all the Pokemon here have like a very distinct role. And there are clear matchups where some things are going to be good and some things are going to be bad. I do think the overlap between Feeny and Sylveon is maybe something that that looks a little bit out of place. But then I thought about it again and I thought, well, running like a defensive Sylveon means that Feeny's allowed to run offensive, and vice versa. Like you can run CM Sylveon when defensive Feeny comes, or even like Spec Sylveon or something like that. I do think that in a team like that, you would maybe want Terra on one of them. Now, Toxtricity is a good captain, but if it was like Terra Feeny or Terra Sylveon, I think that would probably be ideal, especially if you just wanted Terra Executor. I feel like you can just Terra Feeny and call it a day.
Yeah.
But yeah, Toxtricity is
I
strong.
didn't realize that was possible, but I guess it is
Yeah.
up to 20.
Yeah. Something else I thought of is maybe the team doesn't really like the misty terrain, like Mega Venusaur, Gliscor.
Yeah, you better
even
hope your
sometimes
Gliscor has
Celesteela.
its Toxic Orb already set.
Well, it's not. No, it's not on the ground, so it will still get the poison, but it likes the toxic things itself.
I thought that was just
most of the point.
If you were.
This team has a lot of
Oh, no,
tools
that
to
makes
be
sense.
like a really annoying status spamming team. And
Yeah.
then Tapu Fini might actually get in the way of that.
Yeah.
Well, it might just mean that
You can still
Venusaur
leech
runs
seed.
Sludge Wave instead.
Yeah.
It doesn't get Sludge Wave.
It's like, oh no,
Venusaur only gets Sludge Bomb.
it doesn't even get Sludge Wave. This mon
Nope.
sucks.
There was a leak, like fake leak, before Indigo Disc came out that was like showing like, oh, look at all these new moves everything got, and Venusaur got Toxic Spikes and Sludge Wave. I was like, this is gonna be so sick, and then it got neither of them.
Well, that's what you get for listening to leaks. Yeah. Okay. What else do I think? Yeah, maybe a point of improvement would have been a separate water type than like that didn't have the overlap with Sylveon. I do like just in general. I like Tapu Fini, and I don't think you can very often go wrong drafting Tapu Fini. But the fact that the team overall likes to 16. The team overall likes to get status is kind of something that makes me think otherwise. Zoroark is interesting. I like Zoroark a lot in general, but I think it's best on teams that have other offensive threats.
Yeah.
And I don't think the team is offensive enough to really force the opponent's hand very often. Like, Like if
Or
Zoroark comes
or
in
like a
as
bulky
a copy
mon
of
that's weak
yeah,
to
but if it
fighting.
comes in as a copy of Sylveon, you're like, oh, it's I don't know. It has to be in very specific situations where that
Yeah.
matters, as opposed to like um a Kartana that
Wait,
can
hold
sweep you if it
on.
gets a kill, right? Or like a Moxie
Counterpoint.
user. Yeah.
Hyper Voice, Hisuian Zoroark, and unless you are like weak or resistant to fairy or normal, you still won't know who it is, and you won't know if you're
True.
getting hit by a fairy attack or a normal attack.
True. That's pretty funny. I guess yeah, I didn't really think about that.
I mean, that's like a very specific. You're bringing two 13 pointers that use hyper voice at that point, right? But I agree. Where it's like it's kind of interesting actually that your steel type isn't weak to fighting. You don't have any fighting weaknesses on this team. You have a really good fighting counter, and the best thing about Hisuian Zoroark is being a fighting weak mon that's like immune to fighting, right? Like it's like showing as like a Blissey or showing as I'm thinking monotype because it's mononormal. Like
yeah,
showing,
just like how regular
showing as
Zoroark
something
will
that's
be...
something that's like gonna bait a fighting type move, which none of these mons do. Are you baiting normal type moves? Not really. Like unless you're against like Ambipom, who's like a really good normal type. That's the only time. But just in general, it's like it doesn't bait anything on this team. Like I don't think it really benefits like that. So like at this point, like you might as well run regular Zoroark again. I mean, not speaking offensively, but just like for what the ability provides. Like you're not baiting anything special with this mon's broken typing, right?
Yeah.
There's no ghost weakness either, right?
Like, I guess Exeggutor, but yeah, there's not really. You're not going to get the main gotcha that you try to get
4
with
or
Zoroark,
3
where
immunities.
You, like, get a free turn.
Yeah, you have no risk of any of them anyway, so nobody's going to use them.
Like it could just be a Gengar there, right? And I know you have 2 other poison types, but like for example, if it was Terra Fini over Toxtricity became Gengar over
Lee thoughts on Gengar,
and then et cetera.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
All right, you can stop the gushing over the mon. Okay, all right. You don't have to like insert it at every moment that we talk about anything.
Yeah, come on, man. Yeah. Pablo says it's a solid team. The more I look at its type chart, yeah, no, I agree. So
it is a solid team.
Like, it's a very defensively sound team. But then my gripe with the Zoroark is that your defensive team isn't forcing a lot of switches until it's shown that like the defensive mon walls whatever it's in front of, right?
Right.
So. Maybe
well, also, you're never charging anyone with Gliscor because he has a Toxic Orb, right? Like, you always know that's not Gliscor. Venusaur, if he comes in on Hazard, it's going to have a different health percent than anything else most of the time, like it's not Rain Boots. There's really, like, it's just, there's not really much to bait it with. There's not many things that you are trying to bait to, like, get somebody with. It seems a little bit out of place here.
Oh, the comments were disjointed. They weren't saying it's a solid team the more they look at it. I think they were talking about separate things there. So I am kind of on the same page where I like the like type chart overall. Maybe I'm not looking at exactly the type chart, but like I like the defensive utility that these mons provide. I don't like how like defensively minded it is. And it doesn't have to be like Gliscor can set up, Fini can set up, Venusaur can set up, Sylveon can set up,
Steela can set up,
Cinderace, Celesteela, like honestly everything can set up.
Yeah.
So I think it just is a very high skill ceiling team.
Yeah.
That you have to get really creative with your sets. And the thing is, if there's somebody in the division that I would trust with getting spicy with their sets, it would be Damu. I think Damu is like pretty good at finding the right set like that. Yeah. So I'm not going to give him extra points because he drafted a team that he'll be good with, but like it is possible to get good value out of it. But overall, I do agree. I don't care too much for the team. And the fact that like there's not very many pivots. There's 2 pivots? I guess if you want to count like Zoroark.
Does it not get flip turn?
No.
No, that sucks.
So Sylveon has Baton Pass.
So I guess there are a couple pivots, but regardless, I think every mon is going to have to pull its own weight just because it's like a defensively sound or defensively minded team.
Yeah. And with a Gliscor team too, you always want to look at like how well does it do into the special water and ice types. And I think Finny's good for that. So that's probably a reason why the Finny's here too, over like an offensive water type around the same price point. Because it does shut that down for Gliscor. And even Mega Venusaur as well. Like it'll absorb the water, but also like once you're Mega Evolved, you're not weak to ice.
Yeah. Though Gliscor can't even really afford to set up because it's the only hazard setter. I guess Toxtricity.
Yeah, I don't think Gliscor is going to set up most of the time.
That's unfortunate. If there was a better setter, I'd say that Gliscor could be like SD Fazad more often.
Well, the better setter will be on the other team because you use Court Change on Cinderace.
True. I get it now. Why didn't I think of that?
Yeah.
Okay, I think it's time for us to get going.
Yeah.
What do you guys think of the team?
I would say 7.
Yeah.
I think it's I like the top part. Go ahead, Lee.
Yeah, I gave it a 6. I like the defensive backbone, but I couldn't get past the misty terrain. Maybe giving Gliscor and Venusaur a hard time pressuring out other walls.
Yeah, very fair. Well,
Yeah.
I also gave it a 7 because I think it has potential. I think we didn't really talk too much about the Terra captains. I do think Toxtricity is like a pretty good win con with Terra.
I'm not familiar enough with it, honestly, to really be able to judge.
But yeah.
Executor is a funny Terra captain, though.
And what does the community say about Damu's team?
6.19, which is...
Okay, on the mark.
Middle of the pack so far?
Okay.
Actually, well, it's the second lowest, but it's like middle of the pack point-wise. It's not as low as the lowest.
Whoa, spoilers.
No, it's the third lowest. No, I'm saying of the ones that we've reviewed.
Oh, okay. All right.
It's definitely not the third lowest of all of them. Spoilers.
No. Spoilers. Well, let's move on to. I will actually just give another little spoiler for this one. This is one of my favorite teams of the division. I'm not gonna lie, if not my favorite team. This is RosytheKitsune.
I read that as Royce the Kitsune.
There's so many Roys in this league. Why are there so many Roys? So I'm extremely impressed by this team. It's also Rosie's first ever draft.
Yeah, this is Fennec's sister.
If I'm not mistaken. So this is Fennec's sister. Definitely had help from Fennec, but that's not neither here nor there.
I think it's here, but I think it's awesome also fine.
Yeah. I mean, I know that maybe I'm a little bit, I guess, biased because I just won with Rillaboom Torn. But I think...
You are famously a Torn tea enjoyer.
True. Especially first pick.
Yeah.
But honestly, this team just kind of has everything, and I've said this about the last couple teams. It's very succinct. There's not many wasted points. I'd say maybe the like quote unquote wasted points is like, I don't think Paldean Tauros has too much of a role here, but like it is still honestly just pretty decent.
Yeah.
It's like if you ever wanted to run just a bulkier Intimidate Keldeo, it's pretty alright.
Yeah, and your water types are both low tier here.
Yeah, so that's probably my only real gripe.
But you're not really weak to ice.
I didn't realize the team didn't have a fairy. I don't like that. It might be pretty easy for Dracos to start getting dropped on you, especially when your steel type resist is not very specially defensive.
I mean, AV treads is always an option, but
yeah, but even then, like, I feel like it gets
recovery.
worn down really quickly by Dracos, like a strong Latios kind of Draco.
Especially if you're also coming in to like get rid of hazards and stuff.
Yeah, and the only other really like relevant critique is that there's 2 levitators and a flying type, which mean that there's a bunch of Pokemon, 3 ninths, so I guess a third of your team doesn't actually benefit from the recovery. It's not the end of the world.
Oh yeah.
But that's just kind of like a nitpicky thing that I have to find of like an improvement potentially.
Yeah, but I think it synergizes really well with at least 2 of the mons, right? Like Sneasler obviously likes terrain.
Yep.
And then Terapagos is also, and even Treads. I mean, Treads, like, he'll have to run high horsepower, but at the same time, it's like he also is weak to Quake, right? So like he'll still like having that.
Yeah, it's fine.
I noticed something just a second ago before I switched screens.
Was it the Terra
Was-
Rillaboom?
No, I like that. That's a good thing. It was actually a
Yeah.
negative thing.
I don't believe
It
you.
was after you said that there was no fairy. I noticed something. Your psychic resist. You have two. You have the Mesprit. You have the Treads. No dark type on a team with Sneasler, who's going to be baiting a lot of like psychic coverage moves. And then no. I mean, you have another weakness here too, but like, I don't think you really deter that, right? Like from just Mesprit and Treads, right? Like I think psychic might be a problem for the team.
Yeah, it's not often that Mesprit is the better psychic.
Yeah.
Like in a psychic off, especially if it's the one switching in on the psychic on the first psychic.
In a lot of cases too, like offensive psychic types, or even just like opposing setup psychic types, a fairy deals with those too, because usually they don't have the coverage to hit a fairy. So like I know, like in all of my years of using Clefable and Screamtail, who I guess resists psychic, and Wigglytuff, usually like a bulky fairy is a good answer to those psychic types too, even though it's not a resist, just because they rarely have steel or poison coverage.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So that's another reason why like not having a fairy here, not because of the fairy type in general, but just because like that mon usually fills a slot like that on a team where you can just kind of reliably like I had recently at my Clefable, just a Spidef Clefable, not even like a Calm Mind setup, was just like my answer for Alakazam. It's like it just sat there. Like it would never do more than like 30%. Not resisting, but what does he get to hit you with? Nothing, right? So
yeah. I know that Lizzie, you're a big Terrapagos enjoyer.
I can't stop drafting it.
What do you think about it here?
I think pairing Terrapagos with Treads is pretty cool. You don't have to run Rapid Spin on your Terrapagos every week,
true,
which means that the specs or the Calm Mind setups are really good. I like it how it synergizes Rillaboom. You can get like double lefties going on it. Keep that Terra Shell up when you come in on rocks if you're not wearing boots. Right away is pretty nice. And honestly, it's just fits well with like Banded or Scarf Sneasler and Volt Switch Rotoms, that it can just come in whenever it's safe to and just start clicking buttons.
I like the pivots with this with that.
True Skyhop says Mesprit's Healing Wish is good for Terrapagos too, which I agree.
Just give it another chance
absolutely.
life, basically.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, just an extra life, just reset the Terra Shell. Yeah, really, really strong.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of good synergies on this team. Like there are some flaws, but I think like the synergies definitely outweigh them.
It's extremely
I didn't even think
multifaceted.
about the double rapid spin too. Like having those plus Defog Rotom plus Defog Torn, like you're set on hazards, like hazard control in general. You have a good rock setter, reliable rock setter. Is this the only rock setter though? Terrapagos can too.
Mesprit and Terrapagos have it.
Mesprit as well. Yeah, okay. I couldn't remember if Mesprit had it. So yeah, like I think you're solid. I mean, you don't really have any of the other special hazards, but like at the same time, like I don't think the team really needs it. Like you have a lot of breaking power that just the rocks chip is probably enough in a lot of cases. But yeah, I think it's a solid 9.
Yeah, I have just a couple other small talking points, but I do want to know what you think about Terra Rillaboom Toadie.
Just in general.
Yeah, just in general, and like especially when a team is when a team is built this much around the terrain. Do you think it's? I kind of had this thought of maybe since the team likes terrain so much, the team doesn't want Rillaboom to trade, and I feel like Terra Rillaboom wants to hit stuff, and like Terra Grass Woodhammer or Terra Rock Stone Edge or like Terra Fighting or something like that. Even Terra Ground is I think pretty decent.
Stone Edge. It would just be Terra Rock, Terra Blast.
Doesn't it have Stone Edge? Maybe that's Bulu I'm thinking of.
Yeah, but Bulu also doesn't get Fairy Moves, so that's worse one.
That's Draining Kiss. What do you mean?
True.
And Dazzling Gleam.
And Nature's Power, whatever the fuck's called.
Yeah,
Nature's Madness. Yeah.
So do you Do you think just the trading patterns of Terra Rillaboom are going to get in the way of how much the team likes terrain?
So the way that I think of Terra Rillaboom in a lot of cases is, so he is already a monotype mon, right? Like, so you're not like, he's not covering multiple defensive roles. One of the main defensive roles he covers as a grass type is the ground resist. You still have basically a ground resist in terrain. I mean, not exactly, but you know what I mean. It's like you're still a ground deterrent even after you've terra'd. And what I like about it on this team is it can kind of he can fit slots as a Terra captain that he doesn't fit when he's not, which is that rock coverage, which is really important against like flying types that might be a problem for Sneasler, might be a problem for Treads, might just be a problem in general because, like, I don't know, if your electric types just Rotom. I like that he can run that extra move that just kind of gives you the coverage that you need, and he's safe enough to keep coming in, and because you already want him coming in to set the terrain for your Terapagos or for your Treads, whatever. Like, you already want him coming in a lot. The fact that he's a Terra captain means that your opponent can't just have the mon that comes in on Rillaboom for free, unless he's like unless he's always clicking U-turn. Most of the time, like, it's not fun playing Rillaboom where you have to click U-turn every time because you know that they have a tailored Rillaboom answer every single time. And even then, it's like, oh, maybe they throw like a Rocky helmet on their Corv or a Rocky helmet on their like fucking Vileplume or something. Like, there's so many mods that like wall-based Rillaboom, or even like the flying dragons and stuff too. Like, just having that extra threat for that he can run whatever he needs coverage-wise makes it so that he can play the game a little more. And yeah, you are shedding your grass typing sometimes, but I don't think he's trading as much as you think he is in those cases, because a lot of times he is just strong enough to kill something. He has Trailblaze, he has Stab Trailblaze, so it's like, it's not like he's just this sitting duck, or like he's like super slow after something does come in. Like, say you kill something with Glide, or like you're expected to, and then something faster just comes in, and it's like, oh, well, gotta swap out, or I have to trade. It's not always the case, because you can play your cards right and give him that speed boost, you can give him the bulk up, you can give him whatever, and he's not always trading, but he's still hitting really hard on things that he wouldn't normally be able to hit. I think a flexible Rillaboom like this, that's not overly relied on for being a ground resist, because you have your Torn as an immunity. You have 3 ground immunities, so he's not really going to be required for that. The only thing would be water, which I guess he's kind of your only water resist before Terra.
That's something I kind of forgot, is there's not really a Scald switch unless you're bringing Lapras.
Yeah. Though, I mean, I would also say that Covert Cloak Rillaboom's good into Scald, usually. Sure. But, okay, well, but yeah, I mean, that's my thoughts. I think he's very flexible here. I would maybe like to see like maybe this is just because of the new Terra rules where it's like capped at 20, where it's like you're not going to get it much better than Lapras at 4 points. Maybe like it would be nice to have like to see something else with him, because that's what I'm used to. Like when I've used him before, it's like I had like another Terra captain that was like around the same level. But I think he's good. I think he's the best Terra captain here. Like, I think he's the best option here, and he does what you want him to do. Like, getting that extra coverage is really important for Rillaboom and makes him a lot more threatening in the long game.
Okay. Yeah, like you mentioned, there are 3 ground immunities, and that's something that one of my last couple talking points here is that we haven't really talked too much about Torn. And I think in particular,
much experience
Torn and
with all of
Sneasler. Torn and Sneasler, even though they have similar speed tiers, I feel like Sneasler is often drafted as the fastest mon on a team. And if it's running a seed to run like an unburdened set or whatever, if it's just running unburden, you usually don't actually want it to be the fast mon, because if it ever has to come in to be the fast mon, more often than not, it has to fully commit and like lose its item, and it can't do it again unless you like fully set up and commit on the spot. But Torn being there means that you can still have like a fast answer to things that's not Sneasler. Let Sneasler stay in the back and keep its item for unburdened later, and vice versa. If you're running like a fast banded Sneasler, for example, you can run bulkier like Assault Vest Torns, or you let it be the Grassy Seed Nasty Plot set or whatever. Like I like the conjunction because they're similar speeds that cover for each other and take up the like offensive role in each other's places, which is really interesting to me. Last couple things I will say. I think I mentioned there's no fairy. Yeah, we talked about that.
Yeah, we talked about that.
Torn can do whatever the hell it wants, and honestly, the speed tiers. I really like the speed. I know that Treads isn't like the fastest, but the fact that it's also able to boost its speed.
Yeah, it's very often really +1 speed.
Yeah, I think it's great. Doesn't always have to be that fast. I do think it's maybe pressured to be kind of fast to outspeed 100s because most of the rest of the team doesn't.
It is kind of clumped around 85, 80 area.
Tarappa goes Rillaboom, Mesprit.
But I feel like a lot of teams that I drafted with Rillaboom, I just end up with that clump. Like I think it's just that a lot of the ones that Rillaboom works well with just happen to kind of be around that same speed.
I agree. I had a team that was like Golden Go, Nidoking, Cresselia kind of thing before, and it was like 84, 85, 86.
What I like about this Torn as well, the 121 speed on top of the 120 Sneasler, is that a lot of times with a mon like Sneasler, where you're expecting on a mon like Sneasler with terrain, right? Like any unburdened mon with terrain. A lot of times, like you're respecting that speed stat, but you're also kind of just assuming that it's going to be faster than you, right? Like there's a lot of times where it's like if there's like a cutoff where like running a slightly bulkier, let's say like Excadrill or something, right? Where it's a decently fast mon, but it can also run bulky sets. If you're like building to deal with a 120 speed mon that's like not going to be using Unburden, you might be leaning more towards like, oh, I need to make sure that my Rapid Spin outspeeds this, right? Like after Rapid Spin, like that I'm faster than this mon.
Yeah, with Sneasler, you don't really have to.
Right, like it's not worth that risk, right? It's like, Torn, there could be a time where you'd be faster.
Speed that anyways.
Yeah, but you're also like, you're not setting up in a position where it's like, oh, Excadrill will be ready to kill the Sneasler after the Rapid Spin whenever he comes in. It's like, he's not, because he's going to unburden and he's going to be faster anyway. Like a lot of the time, you can make those decisions based on like the chance that he's actually going to be 120 speeds. Like they will be for a lot of time, but you can shift more towards like running plus stack nature or just not investing in speed to hit that point, because you're assuming he's going to be faster anyway, and you're probably bringing a different solution for that, right? You're probably bringing like a priority solution.
But you can't do that because Torn is one.
Right, yeah, Torn has to keep you honest with that.
Anyways, what's our timer at? We really got to go. We're not even halfway down the division.
15 minutes.
Great. Let's move on.
I think I also started that one late.
I gave it a 10 out of 10. I love this team.
I said 9. I'm willing to go up to 10. It's great.
Nice.
I said 9. I think I'm going to keep it 9. I mean, I love the Terra Rillaboom, but I think honestly, it's what you said about like pointing out that there's no fairy. Actually, I think makes me keep it at 9 because I think this team would benefit from a fairy.
It is important. Yeah. Okay. Good stuff.
Neon.
Let's keep chugging along. We're almost halfway down the division.
Oh yeah. Got one more division after this.
Okay. The first thing that stands out to me... what did the community say about Rosie?
The community said for Rosie 7.92, which is the highest so far.
Let's go. Okay, Neon. The first thing that stood out to me for Neon was his really, I honestly, kind of insane speed layering, where there's hold on, what do we have here?
1, 2, 3.
You go from Iron Bundle to
Mons
Meowscarada to Latias to Thundee, even to Entei. Like the speed layering in the upper echelons is kind of just insane. It leaves nothing to be really desired.
And then 80 and then 50. Like just drops off a cliff.
I mean, it drops down for Mandy for sure, but
because you're also not running max speed Mandy. Like you're not counting that as 80 speed.
Yeah, not really. So that is a problem. Is I'd say things that are like 90 speed, or 95 speed, they don't have to invest in pretty much speed at all.
I think
so that's a problem there.
Problem.
But it also means that every single mon that's 100 or higher has to be kept like completely honest, where they're all going to run plus speed nature, and you can start to take advantage of that. You can run like a bulky Thundy with setup, or a bulky CM Latios or something, and you know that the other 110s are speed time.
Existing like speed basically too.
Yeah, true. Something I was interested in was Terra Ente, actually. It kind of reminds me of Terra Arcanine. I expect to see like Terra Normal, Extreme Speed.
Does he get Morning Sun too? He does, right?
I don't think so.
Really?
Yeah, it's a bit more offensive. It was kind of like if you combined Arcanine with Darmanitan, I think.
Yeah. Even just
Where
Terra
it's
Fire
like pretty purely offensive.
Could be pretty strong. Like Terra Fire, Sacred Fire.
Yeah. We have seen Garganacl be used before. I think we've only ever seen it as a captain, though, and I'm pretty sure I think Sidneria's had it before.
Little worse.
Definitely worse not as a captain, because it's less likely to get like a curse or iron defense sweep off. But I think still very strong.
Fighting.
Yeah.
It can still run away with the game, but you know, like if you prep well, like it's not gonna do the same.
Yeah. Speaking of prepping well, I think some of these mons in particular, like Garg, Mandy, and Chansey, are pretty easy to predict to be the switch, right? Like, because the team is so fast overall, there's only a couple things that can be switched into, right? So you can predict a switch on the Chansey and get a sub off and have your sub live the Seismic Toss, or have your sub live the Mandy's foul play. And like, I think a good prepper will go out of their way to like run subs against this team, which I think the only counterplay that Neon really has is like Encore Bundle and Triple Axle Meow, I guess. That's kind of it.
I kind of forgot that Bundle was legal in the league. Yeah, I think like on that point where everything's so fast, you have a lot of pivots here. Like all these guys pivot, but you'll end up in situations where you click your pivot move and the mon doesn't move. And then you're like, okay, they're clicking a move that I'm about to be in on. Like, I need to now, instead of like getting your momentum, like putting in like an attacker, you're now like using your pivot to be like, okay, which wall do I put in? And then it's like, oh, they clicked U-turn anyway, but they're like a base 95 speed attacker. Yeah. Right. So like you had to respect it that they could just be clicking the big move. So you had to bring in the Garg or you had to bring in the Mandy, but then they just clicked U-turn. And it's like, okay, well now they have momentum. Like having all of this speed crunched up here and having these mods that can invest in bulk because they don't have to run speed, who are now not as afraid of your offensive mon, that they will stay in front of you and call out that pivot and then pivot themselves, right? Like, I think that's a tough situation when it's all kind of stuck up there. And again, because like this Mandibuzz it's not really 80 speed. You're not investing in speed. You have basically a gap from 100 to maybe Donphan's running full speed. But
maybe
aside from that,
something after a rapid spin or something, but not very often, Which kind of reminds me,
100 is just like your bottom, basically. Like anything that's like just under that is just gonna run bulk and adamant and modest, right? Like there's no reason not to.
And talking about Donphan, it reminds me of before I get into that, actually, let's go, Lizzie. What do you think about Donphan in general? Because I feel like you've used it before.
I've used it
You
before.
seem like an elephant guy.
Okay. I've used it before, and I've said this before, but every time I have to play against a Donphan, I feel like I lose to something I didn't know it got. It's encored me. It's like ice sharded something. It's gunk shot my Lele before.
It does get a Gen 2 and beyond moveset.
Me. Like, it just has everything, and then at the same time I look at it and I'm like, but like, what's it doing here?
Yeah. It's 120 base attack with good physical coverage, but it's like a slow mono ground type. Like, cool.
And it's like, do I need to run boots to preserve my sturdy?
Yeah.
Or can I actually like run like a boosting item?
I think Tusk kind of killed the way that people see Donphan, and not in a way that it's like, oh, it's just better Donphan, because obviously it is, but in the sense that it's like you're so used to Tusk and treads that it's like, wait, it gets Ice Shard or like it gets Gunk Shot, because like they don't have that, right? Like they don't have that random coverage move. But then it's like, so you kind of expect them to be a worse version of them, and then you're not ready for the banded Ice Shard finishing off your Dragonite or something, right?
Yeah, true. I think overall the defensive Pokemon are very strong at just being like a good blanket check, and we haven't talked about this too much, but Terra Chansey in particular, if there's a special
Riceman
threat
used
on
that, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
So Riceman had it when he took over for a roster in Swarm Division in Season 2.
I think he won.
And, yeah, he won.
Yeah.
But he's kind of just built different, so I don't want to get too too analytical about whether it was Chansey.
But we said that.
But I do think just
Matt
having
as well,
a
Mega Aggron's clearly just good, right?
I do think having a blanket check for whatever special attacker that you don't want to have to deal with on the opposing side is just very strong. And you could kind of say the same about like maybe for different things, but Garg and Mandy can do that pretty similarly for physical attackers with even without Terra. So there are good defensive options here.
Yeah.
And you can kind of just pick.
Can go bulky.
Yeah, well, I mean, like it's not as much of a blanket check, right? Where Garg and Mandy will just like shut down whatever physical attacker that you like need it to shut down specifically. Latias is good, but doesn't really quite have the raw stats to like shut something down. But
I mean, 130 Spadef's pretty good.
Yeah, I guess so. But like the thing is, it's also a psychic type, so like and a dragon type, so like the ice beams and the moon blasts and the shadow balls and stuff are all coming at it super effective. Kind of like Slowking, where it's like still kind of better physically, defensively, even though its stats make it look special.
Yeah. I will say that the Donphan, like just kind of going back to Donphan real quick. I'm wondering if this was like the classic like, I want a spinner, I'm gonna get the 9-point Donphan. I know you have Defog, right? But also like, are you a little concerned about Bundle not being able to like run specs if rocks are up and you don't have good control? Like, how would you rate the hazard control in this with like Mandibuzz, Defog as kind of?
I think it's fine.
Like Latios. I mean, without Donphan. Let's say like before Donphan.
Without Donphan, it's much worse. But I don't think Donphan is like the most reliable. The problem is the team kind of has to bring Donphan.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's like, do you think that's like a drawback as being kind of like an emergency, like I want a spinner pick that kind of like?
Yeah.
Because I feel like that's the most common trap with Donphan, is that
it's like
I want
a spinner and I want a
spinner that and it's like he tries to do these things and you realize that he just doesn't really have the stats for it, and then he kind of.
Do you think it would have been better as a Mudsteel?
No. I'm saying like. It's more of it would be more of a problem with like the upper part of the team, like where like you ended up having to get the Donphan to do that. But that's why I was curious, like if you thought that like that was even necessary, if you think just like Mandibuzz is good enough, right?
It's like like Mandy is completely fine to just run Defog every week. It's just maybe a little less customizable at that point. You're not going to have like Toxic or Foul Play as often or Knockoff. Right. You kind of have to drop one. But yeah, it's like serviceable without it.
You do have Knockoff with Meow though, so I think it's fine.
Yeah.
We are at 10 minutes for this one.
Okay. Last thing I'll say is I think maybe Thundy D is a bit luxurious. I'm not sure if you needed it. Although having the Volt Absorb, having the Volt Absorb with Donphan, I think is nice because it takes the pressure off of you to have it so you don't have to run Donphan as often.
Yeah.
So maybe that's pretty good. You got to pass on hazards. I'd say maybe it could use like a Dragon Dancer or something that's a little bit more explosive.
Latios. Dragon Dancer.
True. I guess like a weakness policy agility set is pretty explosive, but yeah.
I mean, Bundle's
that's
just explosive on its own, just by existing.
Yeah.
but it's not a setup.
Yeah, that's my thoughts. I think the team is like completely fine. I do think the speed chasm from under 100 is pretty ridiculous. But above that is very good. So I don't know. I have a 7 out of 10.
I think
I was
I
flip
agree.
flopping between I was flip flopping between 6 and 7. I think I landed on 7 because Neon's my homie.
Yeah.
But
There's
I
nowhere to
would've given it like a
Kenoso
6.5, so.
Yeah, I think 7's fair. I think it's like
Cool.
it's a good team.
Yeah, definitely.
I think it has
just
like
has
some
the tools
flaws.
to win.
Yeah,
But,
it'll
yeah.
have flaws. It like some things in builder that'll make it kind of annoying. I think for Neon, but like it's nothing that can't be overcome.
Yeah. Okay.
So let's go
And what does the community say?
Community says 6.04, which is middle of the pack from what we've done. We're halfway through Truant, and so far we've had 5.73 is the lowest, and that was PF, the dragon team, the quote unquote dragon move team.
Yeah. Okay.
So.
On to number 9, BoboZab, who I actually think his team is like similar to Neon. It's like I think it's good in similar ways and bad in similar ways, I guess.
Yeah. He's got oh yeah, the Wobbuffet. I was gonna say he basically has a 9 on team.
I wasn't too sure how to rate Terra Cobalion. I do think that Terra Typhlosion Hisui is kind of just known as, it's pretty, it can do the burn up shenanigans with Terra Fire.
Yeah.
Terra Ghost with like Hex, I think is strong. Specifically with Rotom, Slowking Galar, I feel like Hex is going to be pretty important on this team.
This team is like there's a lot of threats. This
yeah,
seems
what
like
do
a
you
hard
think
team
though
to
about
prep
Cobalion, about Terra Cobalion?
I'm not the person to ask. I honestly I've never used Cobalion. I don't even know if I've ever played against one in a draft game. Like I really don't. I couldn't even tell you like its main sets.
Yeah.
I know
What do you think
probably
about Terra
what its
Cobalion?
moves are, but I was actually just looking at me like, oh, I didn't even know it had 129 defense.
My thoughts on Terra Cobalion are I really don't like the steel fighting type as like a combo. I think there's flaws in your steel type not resisting fairy and flying, and being able to mitigate that makes your defensive mon a lot better. It gets to play the more like steel type role that you might want it to play.
Well, you have a Skarmory to play the steel type role that you want a steel type to play.
Yeah, that's true. Cobalion also has like a bunch of coverage that it usually just doesn't have like hitting power for, so boosting those is probably fine.
I do like 129 defense on a Terra Captain. On a Terra Captain that's like more of an offensive threat, right? Like it's not like a defensive mon, but it just has that built-in bulk on a Terra Captain that you kind of have to like be ready for anything. Like it wouldn't be easy to set up like a shutdown button for it, right?
Yeah, I am just interested to see how it's played, because it's honestly something that I didn't really consider too much. Like it does have a bunch of interesting setup. Like it has CM, it has Swords Dance, it can be an offensive attacker. But like being a fairy type with high defense is also probably just pretty good.
Yeah. Bro saw his future as completely broken Terra Iron Crown. He was like, I'm gonna try that.
Yeah. So funny enough, Bobo already played his first game against Neon. Kind of spoilers, but it does just show it here on the screen.
Yeah, I guess it does.
So yeah, funny that I think they have kind of similar teams, like similar power level teams, but just played each other. And yeah, Cobalion got a couple kills and it like did pretty well.
Do we know what Terra type it ran?
Terra fighting vacuum wave then a Terra normal Entei.
Oh, is it special set? Does it know? I guess it is even stats.
Yeah, and it has Calm Mind, and it's kind of like Virizion in that way too.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I was just
so I don't know, I'm very interested in it. Even though I don't think it's maybe the most efficient thing to run with Typhlosion Hisui, I feel like maybe you could have found a 13-pointer and dropped Wobbuffet, but like Wobbuffet is kind of Bobo's. I know I shouldn't say that's blasphemy for Bobo.
But like
overall,
we haven't even talked about
otherwise
like, this
we
stuff
haven't.
up
Yeah,
here
the main
too.
core.
Like I like the Skarmory Rotom is really nice.
Skarm Rotom is kind of okay. So Skarm Rotom Slowking is a pretty good defensive core.
Yeah.
Um,
I just like that like you
a
shut
bunch of
down the
pivots.
grass types with these two very
Yep.
easily.
Yep, I think Rotom's pretty well supported. It can even just run Nasty Plot
Yeah.
pretty often too. I am a little worried that there's nothing that really uses the snow. Weavile doesn't really count. It'll maybe
No,
take a
it
neutral
still gets
hit more often.
blitzed by by anything that it's weak to.
And it actually cuts the healing from Ursulina Blood Moon too, so and Serena. So there's a couple things that I'm like maybe a little worried about that. It kind of similar to Damu's case, where like maybe the terrain will get in the way of Venusaur and Gliscor.
Yeah, I almost wonder if
nah,
I haven't looked at the tier list, but like I would almost think that a regular Slowking almost looks better here. To just teleport, right? Because you're not using snow to pivot.
Potentially.
And
I do think
it has the
use
electric
Sniper off of
weakness,
Artificial.
which would be. Oh, was that the plan?
I'm pretty sure, but
I wonder
I
if that
maybe
was,
would
like,
have
a
liked to have
Terracaptor
seen
plan.
like maybe a Beartic Terra or something. There are other users, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Overall, though, I do think the team has like a lot going for it. Weavile has good offense. Enamorus has good offense.
Yeah, I think this is just really scary. Like these three are all mons that you have to be pretty ready for. Like, is Weavile Terra banned?
Yeah.
He is, okay. I was gonna say because
Most
he's the only
things
one
now
who's
that
like
you have to ask
maybe
about
lacks him.
are probably Terra banned.
Yeah, well, I wasn't sure if it was just like if the solution was like lowering the total, so that means that like some of these ones that are kind of like probably too good with Terra, but also like if you're running a 16.1, that means that you have to run a 4.1 max, like that. Maybe that was the offset.
Yeah, a lot of the top threats from previous seasons are banned now.
I guess we did see that like if you had an option to run like a 20-point Terra Captain and then like a 2.1, it's like it was still worth it. So
yeah, Ursaluna baby.
Ursaluna is good. It's nice that it's like it's a slower threat that doesn't rely on the Trick Room. So it's like you don't need to have a Trick Room setter.
Yeah, there is a Trick Room angle here.
Yeah, like you can, but also it's just like it's just a solid wall breaker that's hard to kill. And I think like you mentioned like the snow anti-synergy with Moonlight, but I also think that it's like if you're pivoting into Ursaluna in a brief enough period of time that snow is still up, it's probably not that kind of Ursaluna set, right? Like it would probably be something that's like more on the offensive side.
I guess potentially, yeah. I think that's definitely just contextual, but yeah.
Yeah, but I'm saying like a lot of times like if you're using the slow pivot on Glowking, it's probably more to get like the Weavile or the Enamorus or the Cobalion in, as opposed to the
it depends.
Ursa.
I think maybe if Slowking brings in a steel type, you would want to go Ursa.
Yeah, but then are you going into like Wallet or are you going into Fresh Earth Power?
Fresh Earth Power.
Exactly. So like the snow doesn't really matter as much. It's only like 3 turns, right? Like after the turn that he leaves. Does that count as one of the turns though when he leaves?
Yeah, it does.
Okay, it's just 4 turns. Yeah.
Anyways, more about the actual the nitty gritty of it. Yeah, I do think it could use a Snow Abuser. It's not really the end of the world, but it would be nice for it. I do like that Enamorus. What?
Fake fairy alert.
Oh no!
I know you hate when this mon is the only fairy on a team.
Well, I was just about to get to that. I like that
boil.
it makes me want to stop streaming.
Yeah.
I would never do that.
Never.
We're here to stream forever.
We have 4 more hours of this.
Yeah, so I was just about to say that I like that it's not the only flying type or the only ground switch.
Yeah,
rather,
that's true. It's
there's Enamorus, or sorry, there's Skarmory, Rotom Wash, and Serena. I think are good switches.
Yeah.
But yeah, I do wish there was a secondary fairy. That is something that I talk about pretty often. It's not necessary, and it's kind of just like Nidoking, where like it can come in on the dragon types if you just hope that the Latios doesn't Psyshock.
Well, actually, and you did say before that like Terra Fairy Cobalion's also just an option, right? Just a fairy with 129 base defense. So like maybe that's your second fairy if you need one.
Yep, definitely. Kind of like how Skarmory is the steel when Cobalion changes type, right?
Yeah, I like that combo.
I guess I am a little worried about physical attackers. It's kind of hard to call
Really?
like Enamorus and Cobalion a physical attacker. Sorry, I
Oh,
mean
you're
like physical
worried about the
offense.
team having them.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
I was like, I'm not worried about
Monkey
physical
Boy
attackers
says
against these
Cloaking and
things.
Skarm are the other fairies. True. Yeah,
Yeah,
they beat special dragons.
that's true. Um, yeah,
But yeah,
physical
like it's
Enam would be more of like a meme set, not a meme set, but
yeah.
like it's not like it's that's not what it's like reliable for.
Yeah,
Um,
it's not the superpower isn't that reliable. I guess
yeah,
like Swords Dance Cobalion is completely fine.
yeah, and
But I
Weavile's
don't think the
good.
point of running Terra Cobalion is to run that all the time. So
Yeah, because
yeah, I'd be a little bit worried about like assault vests.
even your bulky mons like don't. I mean, Skarmory is a physical attacker technically, um, but like
Yeah,
compared
Monocross.
to like Tinglu, for example, who can still just click Earthquake and probably kill something or like
Yeah,
do a
just punch
decent
holes.
chunk.
Yeah,
Yeah, like having the Glow King and the Rotom both be special and the burst, like everything that's like part of your bulk squad that is enabling the attackers
it's
like
special. Yeah.
doesn't hit physically, yeah. And then you're
Yeah.
kind of relying on Weavile or Cobalion. I think the Cobalion, like it's 11 points, so it's like not worth as much as the Weavile. But as a Terra Captain, I think it's fair to like count it up there as like a pretty
Yeah.
decent physical option. And
Yeah, it's
realistically,
definitely not bad.
maybe the answer is just like you just don't need to run special attack on it that much. Like even though it can, it's like you just have so much special offense that like just run physical. Like
Yeah, true.
get away with it.
Yeah, yeah, good call. So, I think kind of like Neon's team, it definitely has the tools to win, and its defensive core is probably less abusable than Neon's core. But I also think the top end offense is less flexible than Neon's. So that's kind of why I think it's like a
Yeah.
reeled in version
It's a
of
weird,
Neon's.
yeah. It's weird to rate. I actually don't even know what I gave it.
Well, I gave it a 7, because I think it's just
That's
on a
probably
similar
fair.
power level.
Yeah, I think seven's fair. I might. This is somewhat biased because I haven't used a lot of these mods, so like it's hard for me to like picture how it all goes together. I've used Weavile, I've used Rotom, I've used Skarmory. That's basically it. Um, I would say seven's probably fair. I might lean 6 just because might be if something gets Cobalion down, it might be hard to muscle through other bulky teams that are good into special attackers.
Yeah.
Because Weavile does have coverage issues.
Yeah.
Or he just misses triple axle and then you die in one hit. Like
True.
there's like I don't think he's reliable enough to like be the thing that sweeps at the end of the day. So like you really need to make sure that this Cobalion is putting in work, whatever set it's running. And I think that's kind of a drawback.
Yep.
That you can't
That's
fuck
fair.
up with the Cobalion out.
It's at a good speed too, and I think like Weavile and Amorous Cobalion is like
For
pretty
sure.
decent
Yeah.
speed.
Yeah, I think that's all good. I think it's more just like in the practicality of like finishing out a game. If again, like I think I didn't see the replay for this. I'm assuming this +2 Cobalion like did its job right in the game. He didn't faint.
Yeah, I got a couple kills.
But like if you make a mistake with him and you lose him early on, it's like you might be a little too passive in some way. I don't know. Maybe I'm underestimating the Ursulin as well. Like even into special attackers that like I mean especially defensive mons or like AV neutral mons that are just still taking 60% from Blood Moon. But
Monkey Boy, what are you saying with Trick, Glow King, and Blood Moon? You're just saying Pokemon. Yeah, we don't know what that means.
Plus Skarm are the other. Oh wait, Nasty Plot,
That was a while
Glow
ago.
King, Trick, Glow King, Blood Moon.
I don't know. It's just hard to decipher. But I do think we should move on. Like I said, I gave it a 7.
What did you give it?
I was jumping between 7 and 8 and gave it an 8.
Cool.
8. We got the staircase.
And-
I'll go 6 then. We got our staircase. Even though I actually
Okay, we did it.
The community thought 7.15, which is
There we go.
once again pretty middle of the
Spot
pack.
on once again.
I think that's fair. HowFalcons.
All right. HowFalcons, another ex-Swarm player who people are really not concerned, but they're wondering how he ended up down here. He definitely has a reputation for just being a decent player.
Monkey saying that
But
Blood Moon helps with breaking if Cobalion goes down, which yeah, I think that's probably true.
we were talking about physical attackers, but yeah, that's true.
But I did say at the end too, it's like, I mean, maybe I'm just underestimating how much Blood Moon can just blow a hole through a team if they're not like uber special defense. But
anyways, so yeah, Falk is down here in the Truant division. I do think that he's like a decent player, but kind of just doesn't put that much effort into his team build, it looks like. Last time he played in Swarm, I believe maybe not last time, but I think his first season he was 4-4, won the first 4 games, and then brought the exact same sets over and over, and people figured it out.
That was always
and
the issue. Yeah,
he went 0-4 at the end of the season. I think this is just maybe a wake up call for
a lot of the same sets was his issue.
Yeah, just a wake up call for Falk here to bring some more sauce and maybe a little bit more effort.
If he's happy with that amount of effort and has fun in Truant, maybe just like staying in Truant.
Yeah, this is just a good spot. Yeah, I agree.
But I think it's good.
The first couple things I notice about the team is, I mean, you have a lot of like Volt Turn with webs with Mega Metacham, and I feel like that's a pretty tried and true combo of like the get webs to stick and have Metacham just kill everything, which is completely valid.
Yeah.
I'd even say that like
Metacham and Lucha is kind of a weird overlap though.
Yeah, so Lucha probably just comes to games where webs isn't the game plan. And I think that's something that I notice about this team is there's like different game plans where one can be like a terrain breaker plus Halucha cleaner game plan. One can be like a webs, get some hazards and Volt turn around while Metacham breaks everything kind of game plan. I think it's definitely really interesting. Something else that's interesting to me is Terabulu. I don't think we've seen Terabulu for quite a while. And it's been on my watch list for a good minute.
I don't think it's good, and this is why. It doesn't get Terra Blast. So you still don't get Fairy Step.
You don't get physical Ferret Stab, but something that I think is underrated is Draining Kiss increases to 60 base power because it's not prio like it is on Comfy. So you do actually get decent healing. It has what's its special attack stat? It's actually not bad.
What do you mean it increases compared to Comfy?
It's if you Terra Fairy.
Yeah.
It increases the base power of the move.
Yeah.
If it's below 60.
Okay, I thought you were saying that like because it's not priority or something like that's why he heals. I was like, wait, I was confused.
Yeah, that's how it works.
Yeah, but Comfy has priority.
I know, that's why Comfy's Draining Kiss is not boosted to 60.
Wait, do priority moves not get boosted by Terra?
Yes. Well, they get the stab boost, but they don't get the base power increase if they're below 60.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying now. I thought you were saying like it increases the base power just because he gets double stab on it, but I forgot that it actually
no. If it's like tackle, it goes to 60 base power tackle plus stab. Yeah. So yeah, like Calm Mind Bulu, I feel like is actually pretty decent with Terra Fairy. Yeah. Prio and multi-hit moves don't get boosted like that.
Interesting. I guess that makes sense for multi-hit too.
Yeah.
I know for Ambipom, it never mattered because it doesn't do it for Technician either. So.
Let's see. Yeah, I mean, webs plus breakers is a good game plan. Terrain plus Lucha is a good game plan. I feel like maybe Lando is a little bit. If it's not priority or multi-hit, they don't.
Yeah, he's talking about the Terra boost.
Okay.
We figured it out. We got it.
Yeah. I feel like Lando is maybe a little bit out of place here. I do like that it's
3 flying types in a row I'm looking at right now.
Yeah, exactly. It's like there's so many flying types.
And 2 fighting types.
Yeah, I don't think you're going to be running Lucha and Medi very many times in the same game.
No, but
I do think that having a second steal with Magnezone is completely fine. Being a fairy resist when Gambit can't.
Maybe that's why you have 3 flying types too.
I mean, yeah, true. I mean, that being said, you already have Petron and you have Moltres to resist Fairy that Gambit doesn't, so maybe it's not necessary. But trapping the steals also doesn't feel necessary because you
I'm
have
thinking that
Petrun, Medicham.
Magnezone might be for flying types, for like opposing flying types.
Yeah, flying resist is nice.
The quad
That's
flying
true.
resist and also just being able to kill them.
Yep.
Um,
Yep. I think
my
it's really
issue though,
unfortunate that Zone is 1 point out of being Terra legal with Bulu. I feel like that would have been a really
oh
strong
yeah, that would have
combo.
been a good combo.
Hmm.
Stupid mousehold.
That one is the truth, man. I love Zone.
Oh, he is playing right now, Falcon.
We're not gonna live stream the match because
Yeah,
we could be ghosting. They could watch the stream.
they're gonna watch the stream and they're gonna click specs body press Magnezone because I said to.
No.
Um, the the unfortunate thing I think with it, like I see what you're saying about the like they come to do different things. You're still investing what is it, 29 points in two fighting types that you're probably not going to bring together, right?
Yeah, it's basically one like Pokemon slot, right?
And
If
I
you
think
they could come together, it's not the end of the
it
world,
could,
but
but
yeah.
it's also like I just fought a very similar team that had Hawlucha and Megalop, and I remember just I have Clef, and I was building Clef to just like answer the physical attack, and it's like one Mon just kind of walls them both, and like it wasn't even unaware Clef, so like even after setup, base 92 attack Hawlucha like wasn't killing it. And
I mean,
I think
Metacham's a
that
different beast, though.
right, Metacham is, but again, like why not just invest in the Metacham then? Like
Yeah.
like why are you also bringing this, or like why are you also put it this way? If you're prepping for Mega Metacham, you're kind of already also prepping for Hawlucha, right? Most of the things that will handle this will also handle this. You're giving them you have two options, but the answer is going to be very similar between the two because you're not like, ooh, do I need to find a way to outspeed or out priority this unburdened Hawlucha on terrain? No, you're not thinking about that. You're thinking about like, well, I already built my Skarmory to deal with Mega Metacham, so now it does this for Hawlucha as well. Maybe that's why Magnet's here, for sure.
So I think I agree with you in principle of like multiple type overlap when you're not bringing both to the same game, but I think in this specific example, the Metacham with Hawlucha, it's pretty different, where you're not checking Metacham defensively unless you're like specifically Necrozma, Reuniclus, like
Yeah.
a stupidly bulky like psychic type that resists both of Metacham stabs. You're not walling it, right? Your Clefable is not walling it, right?
Right.
But so the way you beat Metacham is to outspeed it and revenge it. But you can't do that with Hawlucha, right? I mean, I guess you could if it wasn't unburdened, or I don't know, something like that, right? And so then Lucha can be the like if the game plan against Mega Metacham is sack something and revenge and trade, that game plan goes out the window completely when you bring the Lucha and you set up. So like if it wasn't exactly Mega Metacham that's almost unwallable, I would for the most part agree with you. But in this specific case, I don't think it actually holds up.
I just still think that like you could do it with a mon other than Hawlucha, right? Like you could do it with a different fast mon that does something else, or like that has a higher base attacking stat than Hawlucha.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it could be just Sneasler, but I think that was drafted.
Right. And not maybe not even necessarily unburdened though, just like a fast attacker. Because like if your plan is to outspeed Metacham, a lot more mons do that than like Cinderace or something, right? Where it's like
maybe like a Zera.
Yeah,
but I mean the point is that there's a Tapu Bulu and they wanted to use terrain, right? But you're right. It didn't have to be that,
and that's fine. I just think it's like two ideas you can have two ideas for the same draft, but I feel like it is hurting your draft overall when other teams are going to also have multiple options, but they're going to be more varied, right? Like there's going to be more teams that they can build for.
Yeah, potentially.
But it's not the worst combo. I agree that that it's like with Medicham not being wallable basically, that it's not quite the same as having like two fighting types otherwise. I just still think that's like it's kind of like it's 13 more points. And you even said like in a lot of those games that you're not bringing the two of them, but that example though was bringing two of them. So I don't know.
No,
It's
that
weird.
example doesn't have to be in the same game. It doesn't matter.
Okay.
This is very semantic. I think
Yeah.
the point is like they're completely fine. I think the team maybe just had a shift when he drafted Bulu and he wanted an unburdened mon, and I think it's completely like
This is in
13
point
points
order,
seems like
right?
a lot, but I actually don't think it's that much. Like it's only a tenth
Where's
of your point cap, right? So
oh yeah, the Halucha was later. Yeah. Yeah, the Halucha was a couple picks after Bulu.
hmm.
The Medicham was first pick.
Overall, I really like the Gambit Petron Moltres Bulu kind of deal. I feel like that's good.
Yeah. It answers fairies well, this team, for
Yeah,
having two
yeah, that
fighting
was
types.
yeah, for having two fightings and when your Gambit doesn't resist fairy, I think it's
Yeah.
really cool. Yeah, I kind of wish there was a
And
better
good
second
fighting
captain.
answers for the
Mouse,
Gambit with these
yep.
two.
Mousehold feels like a pretty bad captain. I don't know. Maybe I'd just prefer it to be Ambipom or something that's in the same
Say no
like
more.
that's in the
Actually,
same
I
tier.
don't
I'm
think
pretty sure
Amazon
it's in
will
the
be
same
possible
tier.
because I think it's as much as Magnezone, isn't it?
I think it's 7.
Is it 7? Oh, it is
Yeah,
7. There's 9 in my draft. They put a tax on
that's
it.
just my thought. Yeah, like I was mentioning, maybe Lando feels a little bit out of place. I feel like you already have that speed tier covered. I guess maybe it lets you run Adam and Metacham, and it still lets you have something beat that
Maybe.
100 speed tier.
Yeah.
Um, I feel like the team is just so slow, and that 100, the extra 100 speed tier doesn't actually do anything. And Halucha is basically infinite speed, right? Like you're not actually
Well, it's the
outspeeding
same
it.
thing with Sneasler, where it's like you're not
Yeah,
like you're gonna take the the easier path of like running bulkier and not trying to match this because you're
yeah,
gonna assume it's
exactly.
gonna be
So if there
faster.
was something else that was like 115 that's not
Well, there's the
Mousehold, I think
111
Mousehold is just
Mousehold. Yeah.
Mousehold's just kind of shit though.
Yeah. Ambipom's
That's my
faster.
thoughts.
Ambipom's
Honestly, though,
115.
overall, I do like the team, and I like the fact that there's multiple modes to the team. I feel like this is a good example of a Gambit team where I've kind
I
of
do
been
think it
upset
supports
with,
Gambit well. I think that's
yeah,
good.
I've been upset, maybe not upset, but disappointed, I guess, with the Gambit support that we haven't seen in NBA recently.
Yeah. Well,
And I
since it
think
got
this is
Terra
a
banned.
pretty good try. Yeah, I think this is a good try. I like the double steal. It's an underratedly solid water type. I think Bulu's a great
Who's the water?
captain.
Oh, the
We might
water
be
moon.
yeah, we maybe I think Tody that um Bulu might be a better captain than you're giving it credit for. I don't think it's as
Maybe,
good as
yeah.
Rillaboom that we were looking at before. If we're gonna compare apples to apples, but
I just think
yeah,
that a lot of times if you're running like a Terra captain that like needs more coverage, which Bulu needs coverage, um, the fact that he doesn't have Terra Blast just hurts him a lot. And his potential. It doesn't mean that he's bad without
I
it,
don't think it even
but
needs coverage though. It has rock, it has dark, it has fighting, it has ground. I don't know.
I guess yeah, I guess it's a little better coverage than I thought. I mean, does it yeah, rock. Okay, yeah, having the baseline rock is good for flyings. Yeah. I don't know. I wish Nat decks let everyone just learn Terra Blast because you know that if they
Yeah,
were in Gen 9, they would get it. Like there's no like
yeah. Should they let
there's no
Megas Terra too?
no because I don't know if they would necessarily be able to. Like that's
Why
a
that?
rule that you wouldn't know because like even in games where they coexist or like in the anime and stuff like they can't do both. But I think Terra Blast is like it would be like if Protect was not like somehow like not universal or like wasn't in a future game. It's like, well, we never know. We might not get Protect. It's like, no, he gets Protect. It just doesn't
Well,
exist in
they
this
didn't give
game.
hidden power to every Pokemon after they cut it.
Yeah, that's true.
I
But
feel like that's the same thing.
it's similar. I think that if you're enabling Terra for it though, then Terra Blast kind of goes along with it. I don't know. I think Terra, it's different. I think,
Maybe.
but either way,
Yeah.
tangent.
Yeah.
we have limited time.
Yeah.
Yeah, swap
think
out Mousehole for Amapom, and this team's 10 out of 10. I will say because I like
I
Magnus
think
and
I
I
like
like
this
Amapom.
team. I think I like the team more than you like it.
Yeah.
I actually like it more than most of the last couple teams we've looked at. I have it at an 8. I think it's pretty strong.
Yeah. Oh, one last thing I noticed, and this was just when I was looking at the roster over here. Mega Medicham is the most expensive mon on this team.
Yeah.
This is a
Means
very
it has extra points to run Halucha.
right, and I realized that like when I was looking at this, like he's 13 points, but like so is literally everything on this team. 14, 14, 12, 12,
Yeah.
10, 13, 13. Like it is, I think it's probably more horizontally like flexible than I originally gave it credit for. Thinking that was like one of the top like 5 picks when really it's like one of the top 9 picks because they're all in the same range.
Yeah, it's pretty tough to prep for this team.
Yeah, I think that is fair in that lens.
Yeah. Yeah. What do you think out of 10?
I would I still need to. I think only because I still need to be convinced on Terabulu like completely, and just because I still don't love the double fighting. I would still lean like 7. Like I think it's good.
Cool.
I think it can be a good team, but I have like personal issues with it. I think.
Yeah, Lizzie, any final thoughts on this?
I like Gambit having Pursuit in that dex because I think people want to bring Ghosts against Medicham and Petrarun a lot, and I think it's going to be able to like grab a lot of kills with Pursuit that normally it wouldn't have got. I have it at a 7, but I like it. I think it's a high 7.
Pursuit trapping psychics just in general that want to beat up this
for
team
the Medicham. Yeah,
good.
true.
Yeah, for Medicham
Very
and
true.
for Halucha.
Okay, and what does the community say?
Community says 7.38.
Nice.
Which
that's pretty high.
Towards the higher end.
All right, awesome.
So far, I think 4th so far.
Definitely in the top half.
Yeah.
Okay, we're almost there. We have
Jackie Lantern.
Yee, another new player. It's her first time in draft. She was partnered up with Glittering Atlas for the mentorship program, and it seems like it's been going really well. They honestly feel like soulmates. Like maybe not soulmates. That's not the right word, but like spirit animals.
Were they a friend
like
of
kindred.
somebody ahead of time, or was it just?
So Jackie is a friend of a bunch of the like IRL squad, like Lizzie, Royce kind of dude.
That's kind of what I
actually I don't know if she knows Royce, but yeah. But she's an IRL friend of a couple of us. And yeah, it's her first dip into competitive Pokemon. I've talked about it around her, like just playing Magic.
Good team for a first dip in
for the last while. Yeah, I know. That's what I'm thinking too. I do have a few gripes. First of all, even though it's a Chilibacks team, I do think that it's actually got pretty good like creativity to it. In particular, I think the Terra Captains are pretty creative. Maybe not the Arctazol, but like Tinkaton is kind of. I don't think we've ever seen a Terra Tinkaton. I do think maybe Terra Moltres would be better here.
Usually because it's your emergency fairy and steel type. You don't want to Terra it, but not in this case. You got another fairy steel type.
Yeah, that's something else I want to talk about. So I do feel like maybe Terra Moltres is better here. But I also know that Jackie just really likes Tinkaton, and nothing wrong with just making a Pokemon that you like.
Yeah, you definitely don't want to pass up on the Terrazult with the snow pivot. So
yeah, Terrazult is pretty good. I do think the team's speed is pretty wacky, where there's a massive gap between Tinkaton's 94 and then Crobat's 130.
Oh shit.
Yeah, so speed's pretty bad. There are ways of boosting speed, and there is a prankster
rapid spin
Klefki. There is a slush rusher. I mean,
slush rush.
Moltres is running agility.
Chlorophyll Bulbasaur.
Moltres is running agility. There's Ice Shard. There's Trick Room.
Scarf Heatran's also real.
Scarf Tran is fine. Rapid Spin Tusk, even just booster speed Tusk. Like there are ways to make up for it. It's just not ideal to have to put yourself in that
Scarf
situation right off the bat.
When it gets tricked onto you.
Oh, true. Very true. So that you have a slow chili reception in Trick Room.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yeah,
I'm very worried about the speed.
Like
I feel
not
like
the mon that you want to be your only fast mon.
yeah, Crobat does want to have some bulk so that it can take some hits.
Well, not even
It's
just
kind of
that, like it
Talon's
just
Flame.
doesn't have good enough offense to be like your
Also
fast
true, yeah.
cleanup mon at the end of the game.
It's a really sweet mon.
It is,
but yeah, it just
when
really
it's your
feels like it's
only
on an
mon
island
above
here.
100 base speed. That's pretty.
Yeah.
I
Terra's
guess
also, I think, is extremely scary.
Yeah, and you do have the snow that's like relatively easy to get up. I will say that the nice thing about being like this extreme of a speed stat, because it's not just fast, like it's as a
130 is
Pokemon,
like cream of the crop.
yeah, like you can run bulk and still outspeed a lot of mons, just like naturally.
Yeah, that's true.
So that
especially
nice.
if they're like we've seen a lot in the division, a lot of people's fastest mons are at 110 or very close to 110. Pretty sure Crobat can just be like adamant.
Yeah.
And outspeed them. Yeah.
Yeah. I guess what I would look for on a team that seems to be relying on Crobat a little bit for cleanup power is good matchup into Steel, which Tusk is, Heatran is, Bex is fine in Steel. He has coverage for it, but like he still gets dual stab.
Yeah, if it's like an Iron Defense Steel type, that gets tough, but otherwise Earthquake does usually do the trick.
Especially if you boost beforehand.
I do think the Klefki feels really weird. I don't think I've seen before somebody take two Pokemon that are the exact same dual typing before. Unless they did like a monotype team. But I don't think that happens often.
Or if they're
I'm
like
not a Klefki believer, really.
Very different mons, like that just happen to be the same.
Yeah. I'm not too much of a Klefki believer. But I mean, having a second fairy is pretty good. Atlas says, we were looking
Alice
for good
is in the
hazards
chat too.
Yeah, ways to patch up speed and didn't see many options left. Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah. How late was the Crobat drafted? Was that like towards the end? Yeah, it's like middle. Okay.
Yeah, I think Crobat was kind of early.
It was in the middle right here. Oh, it's like slightly off screen. I'm not gonna shift it back there, so I'm gonna go back over this page.
Okay.
What I was gonna say though is, I think that if Tinkaton is like your OG that you want to use the Tinkaton, it's got a good ass type. You can maybe trade the Klefki for something else. Maybe something else with speed. Switch your Terra Captain to Moltres, or even Crobat. Like honestly, with Crobat being your fastest, maybe it's a good Terra Captain. It could be sick with the right coverage.
Well, you can't with Arctozolt though, or Tinkaton.
I thought it was the same. I thought you were saying that one of these could. Oh, they can't be with Arctozolt is the problem.
Yeah.
Okay. I thought that you had said before that Moltres and Tinkaton.
I was saying that Moltres should be a captain. That was mostly like in a after changes. No, you're right. I probably misspoke there. My bad.
Well, either way, you could do it with a different 11-pointer, right? Like so maybe this mon changes to something that could be a Terra Captain with Arctozolt. I think that Tinkaton can like put in some work for a 9-pointer, and like it's like not the ideal fairy or steel to have on your team, but like I don't think it's something to be slept on as the fairy steel. Like I've seen it do its job against like dragons and against the things that you want to be resisting. I would think that if she wants to use the Tinkaton, if that's like her MVP mon, maybe try like embracing it as the fairy steel type because that's what makes it 9. Like that's what makes it 9 points. It's not 9 points because it's a good Terra Captain. It's 9 points because it's a Fairy Steel type, right? Like
Right.
you're getting this value out of Tinkaton as not a captain. Like you will get your points worth from Tinkaton without it being a Terra Captain, and then maybe you can get rid of the other Fairy Steel because you're not worried about tearing off of it, and then make this into something that might be a better Terra Captain to go with the Arctazol.
Yeah, maybe.
That would be my suggestion. Maybe if it's not working out, like I don't know. Like again, like if she's new, either way, like it might be hard to tell what would need work. But I think that's an option. To kind of avoid this trap of the Fairy Steel quadrant.
Regardless, I think the main concern for me, other than just typing wise, is the team doesn't actually have very much like straight up special offense. I think Heatran is kind of stuck in an offensive role here. I don't think Arctazol's Blizzard really counts too much. Moltres only has 100 special attack. It's not actually like an offensive attacker. Yeah, that's not like out of the gates offense. Like it's a setup threat, sure.
Yeah,
but it's not going to bonk things. You're not going to run like Specs or anything, right?
Yeah, I don't see a good Specs user. Specs Slowking?
It doesn't have to be Specs, but like
Specs
even like
Beam?
Scarf. True, but like a Scarf Moltres doesn't hit like break things.
Yeah, that's
very
true.
well either.
Yeah, you don't have like a
whereas Scarf Heatran will do that.
It exists, yeah.
Yeah.
But it's also
I don't
like
know,
if that's your only option, then like it's pretty counterable. if it's that predictable.
There are ways of shoring this up. I think overall this is an awesome start to Jackie's
Palisand
draft.
Are you saying she needs to get Palisand?
Nope. I think this is an awesome start to Jackie's like draft career. Atlas, I think you did a good job of compromising, I guess, between like what's meta and how to incorporate some favorites. So yeah, I don't know. I think this is cool. That being said, I don't think the team is like amazing. There are a couple quick fixes that might be able to change that, but I have it at a 6 out of 10 right now, which I feel like is like just pretty decent considering there's a bunch of vets with worse teams that we've rated. So
yeah, I think 6 out of 10 is fair. I almost like I think I would say 6 out of 10, but I also want to give it an extra point for just the existing built-in synergy, because it's one of those teams where it's like you see all these flaws, like if you look really deep into it, but if you look at it really surface level, it's still like Slowking with Baxcalibur and Arctazol, Terra Arctazol, and also it has Great Tusk on this team. Like Great Tusk is broken for a lot of reasons. It has enough solid heavy hitters that do synergize with each other just passively. That I think it's worth that extra point over being a otherwise generally 6-point team because of the weaknesses that it has. Like from the points that are taken off for it being for its weaknesses, I think that extra point does kind of sway it up to a 7 for me.
Okay.
Lee?
Any final thoughts?
I've never rated Bax King lower than 7, and I'm not starting, so 7.
Yeah.
Let's go.
There you go.
And what does the community poll say?
Community poll says 6.42, which is not the lowest. It is so far the 4th lowest, actually.
Once again, though, I feel like we've been pretty.
There's some 5s too.
We've been pretty on point with these. So
yeah,
I feel like the community is always rating it like right in the middle of us.
Yeah.
Okay.
Roy Ace.
Let's go. Number 12, we've got Roy Ace, he's an ex-Truant champion. He's been kind of rotating between Swarm and Truant for quite a while now. And here we have another itemless 110 speed cap. Let's go, dude. I love
it's the Ogre Pawn that I spoke of. I didn't know that there was actually a team with that. But
You
that
willed
is
it into
exactly
existence.
That's exactly what I said, though. It's like Ogre Pawn.
Crazy.
It's very clumped around 100 too. 95, 97,
yeah, with Kyurem,
101,
Urshi, Sandy
110.
Shocks. Yeah.
Yeah, like you're either faster or you're slower than this team. Like all of your mons.
So Roy actually made a few trades. He dropped
Are they on here? already?
Excadrill. Yeah, they're on here already. Sorry, they were Grace trades, so
Okay.
it's not like a week one trade. So he dropped Excadrill, Gastrodon, and Grafaiai. I think it might have been Terra Grafaiai.
No!
Yep,
Grafaiai!
for Terra Glamora, Weezing and Terra Armaldo.
Wait. Weezing, Galar, Terra, Almaldo, and Armaldo, and what?
Terra Glamora.
No, Terra Glamora, okay.
Yeah.
So both Terra captains were swapped.
Yeah.
And then Weezing Galar as well.
Yep. So other
brought
than
in
the,
two
the
poison
glaring
types.
speed problem. Yeah, two poison types, but like one's a
One of them's
captain.
not
It's
grounded.
see, this is different. Yeah, this is very different from
Yeah,
the
that's
Klefki Tinkaton kind of debacle.
no.
The what?
3 fairies.
True.
There are 3
True.
fairies on this team. And a
Well,
steel
they
fairy.
don't all share any one weakness, at least.
Yeah, that's true. And Mega Mawile like isn't. That's
Yeah,
Mega Fairy.
So yeah, that's the thing is Mawile. Usually, you don't want to make it the only fairy or the only steel. It is the
Oh,
only
it is
steel
the
here.
only steel. Yeah.
Yeah.
But we got
But
2 rock
it's
types.
really that's such a nitpicky thing, and it's
That's
honestly just a
nitpicky.
preference for me of like having a backup.
Yeah.
This is the kind of team like if you have a Mega Mawile where it's like if you wanted a Terra Tinkaton or something, that would be like, okay, whatever.
Yeah. Okay, here's the
But I
problem
mean,
see.
Giesing is a fan favorite, at least one of mine. I love Giesing.
Yeah, I think he's probably fine. Here's a problem that I see though. So, yeah, one steel type, your water type is not a bulky water type. Your ice
Yes,
type doesn't
true.
resist ice either. Granted, your dragon type isn't weak to ice.
Your fire type doesn't resist ice.
Fire type doesn't resist ice. Really, there's only one ice weakness on the team. To be fair.
Yeah,
But,
it's not the end of the world.
But
like a
it's
Weebo
still
kind of
like,
has a heyday here.
Yeah, it like when this is your only ice. Is it the only? Yeah. Or wait, no. Okay, Mawile is also an ice resist, but like they're both attackers. That's a little like when you don't have a defensive steel type or a defensive water type. I think just like on paper that's not great. The context of the team does matter, but I will say that the context of this team is a lot of type overlap. Otherwise, with 3 fairies, 2 poisons. Again, these 2 poisons are probably fine. Like at the end of the day, one of them isn't going to be grounded probably a lot of the time. One of them's a Terra Captain, whatever. But you do have 3. Well, won't count that as a fairy either. You have 2 mid-tier fairies. You have 2 rock types that are both Terra Captains, whatever. Yeah, it's a little questionable defensively, just overall. Like Weezing is Weezing your bulkiest mon, aside from like Sandy Shocks, who's like kind
I
of
guess
bulky.
so. Yeah,
Weezing's like
Shocks
the only wall on this team.
I mean, I guess Kyurem is kind of bulkier than.
But it's not like
Weezing,
a
actually. If
when
anything.
I think of
But
like
yeah,
a
it's not
wall,
really a
though,
wall.
like you're not investing defense. I mean, you can, but like Weezing is not. Weezing doesn't have to worry about speed, right? So like you're always putting something into defense. Sandy Shocks is also bulky. Like Sandy Shocks can run like
Shocks is great.
HP and stuff, and
Shocks has become like a favorite of mine. I love that
I love
one.
using him. He's cool, especially Terra Shocks, which I don't know if he's legal or not.
Yep,
he is. So, I mean, you couldn't run.
Well, I mean, what do you think about Terra Glamora though? In 100 words or less.
Honestly, I can't say I have a preference on it. I don't think I have any like predisposition towards it being good or bad. Like it's probably probably good. I think it's good.
I've seen it do pretty well. Yeah, I mean you usually get more than
strong.
one.
Like 130 base special attack, being able to get rid of a quad weakness or just make a quad weakness into a regular weakness and go full on poison, full on rock if one of them matches up well. Give yourself some coverage if you need it.
I think the most common
not
type
item locked, so
grass.
That makes sense. You had to resist the ground.
Resist water, resist ground. Get like a rock polish off. Go for a meteor beam and try to sweep.
Yeah, and you're also like so strong against fire types as a rock type, so like you're not worried about them. I was gonna say like being able to run, like you could run power herb, meteor beam with Terra Rock, and probably blow a hole through something.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Like it's just like,
And I
and
think
then you're set up, right?
I think Terra Glamora is quite a bit better than Terra Nihilego too.
Yeah, I mean, that's probably right. I don't think I've seen Terra Lego much.
Nihilego is really cool as well, and you can run kind of the same thing. It's just it's so specialized into everything but defense that the Terra type doesn't really matter.
Doesn't help
because
it.
it's kind of it's like Terra Weavile. Like you still just get one shot by whatever physical attack.
Yeah. I would say that my main issue is just that like your only wall. I mean, Hatterane's also kind of a wall, right?
Yeah, I could see like
your only
Trick
walls
Room,
are like
Hatterene, Mawile angle. I think that's a good angle for it.
Yeah, it can definitely work.
Yeah,
it can definitely work.
And honestly, even outside of Trick Room, there's so much just raw firepower here. Like a Specs Curum, Mega Maw, like Scarf or Band,
Urshi just beats like defensive setup.
Yeah, Terra Glamora, I feel like is also just gonna punch holes in teams.
It's actually it's nice that like Mega Mawile doesn't have to worry about like iron defense setup or like bulk up mons as much because Urshi just kind of ignores them. And then Curum as well. You kind of have to like spec your team broadly defensively against it because you don't know what it's going to run. I would imagine on this team it's probably more special because it's like Curum and Glamora would be your main special attackers. Hey, it's got Sandy Shocks too. Really, I guess I don't know. It's actually probably
I think the profile is pretty good between physical and special.
You got both covered. I would just think that like you're really not lacking in physical power at all. Granted, you're also not lacking in special, but like if Shocks didn't come, maybe you want something besides the Glamora to be special attacker when you have Ogre Pawn, Urshi, and Mawile. I don't know. I mean, you could definitely get away with both depending on the matchup.
So I'm looking at the removal options though, and I know there's like I'd say Hatterene's probably the most reliable magic bouncer.
Yeah.
There's Weezing, there's Armaldo, there's Glamora, and like even though there's some like all of these options for removal, I still feel like it's kind of weak. Like I don't think Glamora actually it's a Terra Captain. It doesn't want to click Mortal Spin.
No, it doesn't.
If it gave the speed boost like Rapid Spin, then I'd say it's a little bit different. But the fact that it doesn't. Yeah. And then Weezing being the third fairy, is it coming that often just a defog?
No, but like I'm trying to think of I guess
No, I do want to say Armaldo is like a Roy Ace massive throwback. Like I don't think I've seen Roy use Armaldo for years, like before NBA started, because we've been playing together for a really long time. And he would bring this thing even like he never had rain, he never had whatever. He would have all these other high tiers, but then he just bring Armaldo because he just likes it. So maybe spin Armaldo does come more often than I'm giving it credit for.
I mean, anything that's a Terra Captain, you kind of have to bump the point value up a little bit. Like it's not like having it's not just like having a random Armaldo on the team that's not a Terra Captain. It's like if they bring spin, who cares, right? Like it's Armaldo. You brought your Armaldo to the game. But in this case, like you still have to like at least think of it as a possibility. And the fact that it's a possibility on top of also having possibility of Geezing, possibility of Glamora. Like I don't think like I see what you mean, where it's like it's kind of fake a lot of hazard control, but it's also like it's enough hazard control that like your opponent isn't going to assume that they can just get spikes up at the beginning of the game and they stay up the whole game. Like they're not going to build that team like you can against a team that like has one defogger and like as soon as you know it's set and that it's not running defog or like that you can kind of make sure it doesn't come in and defog, like then you kind of know that you can just stack hazards. I don't think this team invites that necessarily.
No, and the hazard setters themselves are really strong too. Like obviously Glamora, Mawile can rock, Pawn, Shocks is really good. Weezing,
yeah, Shocks is a great hazard lead.
Yeah, I don't know. There are a lot of hazards that maybe you're just willing to play the hazard game and just run boots, Curum every game. You can't, but when you have Ogre Pawn, I feel like you're not conceding hazards though. I don't know.
Yeah,
hard to say. I don't think it's the end of the world. I think the team, like I said, has a lot of firepower. I do think we should try to wrap this one up. The team has a lot of firepower. I don't like the itemless Ogre Pawn speed capping the team.
I was getting kind of hyped behind the team, and I forgot about that.
Yeah. Lots of potential. I think a lot of the success of this team is going to come down to how many different sets Roy actually runs this season, because he's the
Yeah.
kind of guy that like runs the same sets all season and then really turns it up for playoffs.
Yeah.
So
I
I
say
believe in him.
the upside to, not the upside, but like the I guess counter to the speed issue is that Urshi's a good scarfer.
Yeah.
He's always
Yeah.
a scarf option.
And Kirim can DD, and like Shox has the
Shocks
speed
can
boost.
scarf or run booster.
Yeah.
Kirim sets up, or is scarf Kirim ever really a thing? Probably.
Yeah, it's fine. It's probably not the best, but it's
Yeah.
fine.
It's probably not worth not running boots to just get scarf when you can just DD.
The fact that there's a lot of speed boosting opportunities and Hatteran can trick room as well is what made me stop flip flopping between a 6 and a 7 and just give it a 7.
Yeah. Actually, you know what too? So my issue when I'd run shocks in the past, and you want to run the booster energy, but it's like, oh, he's also a great hazard lead. Having so many other hazard options actually lets you keep a shocks in the back with booster energy and like not have to like lead with it.
Just be a cleaner.
So that's actually pretty nice too.
Yeah. What do you think out of 10?
I might actually go a little bold and say an 8.
Wow. Okay.
The main issue I see is this speed problem. I might be giving it a little bit too much credit on the hazard game, or at least on the mental side of it, that it's not going to be as much of a concern, because looking at this team in Team Builder, it has so many hazard control buttons that it can press that people aren't going to rely on it as much. That they might be able to just get away with it.
Yeah.
I think it ends up being pretty good. And I like the offensive profile of it too. Like I think that's what really sells it.
I think that's its strength for sure.
Yeah, because again, like it doesn't really have many walls, right? Like this is a team that wants to like turn on the offense, lay down some of its own hazards, and then turn on the offense.
Yeah, hazard.
You're not trying to stand there and take a hit.
Yep.
So.
All right. Any final thoughts?
Lee.
Mr. Final Thought Guy.
Yeah, that's me.
Yeah, we don't let him talk.
Yeah, the offensive profile is really carrying the team for me. I have it as a 7.
Yep. Cool.
And the community thought 6.0. Damn, that's actually kind of low.
Damn.
That's like third.
We missed the mark on this one.
I don't know. I think we're just more enlightened than
we respect
plebeians in the chat.
More.
Yeah. Okay. Number 13, we've got Elitebiscuit, another first-time drafter. And once again, I think it's pretty good for a first-timer. I do know that he has, or she, they, I'm actually not sure their gender. I know they have some people in their ear kind of whispering some draft help to them, but honestly pretty decent. I feel like Roaring Moon Golden Go is very Nahyma coded.
This is
love that.
This is such a stacked team.
Oh yeah?
I mean, they literally used every slot. And I think they used every slot well.
Yeah, I mean, I think that like Glalie and Claydol are maybe unnecessary, and they've got double grass type. I do think Superior with Venusaur is fine. Like Venusaur, I guess, doesn't have to come every time. Venusaur. Yeah, I know. But you're not bringing Sun every game. Are you bringing base Venusaur every game?
Yes.
You can bring Serp when you don't bring Venusaur.
Yeah, that's fine.
Or just run both. I mean, it is fine to run both. I do think the Sun from Ninetales maybe gets in the way of offensive Quack sets, unfortunately. Where Aqua Step is just kind of a lot worse than Sun.
Yeah. Still close combat.
But like Roaring Moon and Sun is ridiculously strong. Just running like a band with booster attack is kind of crazy.
I gotta think that the Quack is probably gonna be mostly defensive. The mostly defensive utility. Like it looks like it's here to be a spinner more than anything.
Yeah,
and, like spin.
But like, maybe
Tentacruel's
better there though, you know.
Maybe yeah.
Unless
still has some immediate firepower with close combat, even in Sun, right? Like
yeah,
it's still gonna hit hard.
Yeah. And it's not like Sun is always going to be up too.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, Aqua Step, like even if it's not doing a ton of damage, like a lot of times Aqua Step is the move that you use on the swap, like on somebody coming
just
in,
the-
and then it's just a
just the
speed boost, and then
Trailblades.
you hit it with something
Yeah.
else, right? Yeah.
Yeah, potentially. I do think it makes banded quack sets a lot worse. Like banded aqua step is usually
Yeah.
pretty strong.
But then maybe you just don't bring that on a Sunset because your Sunset is a
Yeah.
10-pointer, right? Like this doesn't have to come to
Yeah, but at the
being
same
on
time,
the Sun.
your best Terra captain is also a Sun abuser.
Yeah.
So
But also,
maybe if there
I
was
mean,
another captain that like was more bringable than Venusaur outside of Sun, because like Rhydon is fine, but it's not amazing.
I honestly kind of
But
wonder
like it
how.
could have been Rhyperior, right? And that's way better.
Yeah. Yeah, it's true. I wonder how good
So
like
if you clean up the
A Terra
Claydol and
bulky
the
Venusaur would
Glacier,
be. Like a Terra Water
bulky
Venusaur.
Venusaur. Yeah, I do think the bulky
Like
Venusaur
not in Sun.
does. Yeah, I do think bulky Venusaur gets overlooked a bit.
I loved running it like when
It's
I was not
fine.
playing Nat decks because it's like I want it to be Mega Venusaur, but he can't be because it's Brilliant
Yeah,
Diamond and Shining Pearl.
I think it's
But I
just
will
worse
still
in
run Venusaur.
Bioplume though,
It is, yeah.
defensively. Like not having Strength Sap, I think, is really important. But
Yeah.
Leech Seed is good.
Or Sludge Wave.
Knockoff is good.
or
Yeah.
Effect Spore.
True. Yeah,
Um,
just kind of fine outside of Sun.
yeah. I mean, it does kind of suck that the team is like capped Terra points wise at 14. When the
Yeah,
lowest
and that's
20.
why I was thinking like you were saying the team is stacked and every point goes to good use. I disagree because I think the
Yeah.
last couple slots could go to making a better captain.
Yeah.
Something that's
I can see
better
that.
outside of Sun.
This looks like it's Nat decks I need a Mega.
Yeah,
Which Megas are
maybe it's a
cheap
favorite.
that I
I'm
can
not
get.
sure. I don't really know Elitebiscuit super
Yeah.
well. So maybe Glalie is just a cool mon
Actually,
that I
yeah,
think is fun, which
maybe
is
this
very
is first pick and we're just clowns.
fair.
It wasn't. It was second to last pick. It's
Nope.
almost like exactly in point order. Actually,
Yeah.
the Ninetales got drafted when the Sun idea came to be, I guess. But then Quack was immediately drafted after, so I don't
Quack
know.
right after Ninetales.
what
Yeah, huh?
the-
Something that we have seen before is Thunderous on weather teams, but I feel like like
Not this
between
weather.
snow, yeah, not this is kind of the wrong weather. Like
Yeah.
snow and rain are probably the ones you want to put it
Yeah.
on. And again, I know that this is Ninetales. It doesn't mean that you're hard dedicating to a Sun
Right.
angle here. So it's not like Thundy is here because it has Weather Ball kind of thing. But it's just funny to see it on the Sun team instead of the others.
One thing I would have liked to see is
Also,
better
Sun kinda
hazards
fucks
with
Goldengo,
Goldengo and
doesn't it?
Superior.
What
Yeah,
was that? Sorry,
for sure.
repeat that.
You got a really cool package to like punish people to try and defog your rocks, and then your best rocker is Rhydon that you don't actually want to bring every game.
Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah, you're not really abusing the best hazard removal denier in the game.
Yeah, maybe I even overlooked that when rating it because yeah, that's definitely something you want to take advantage of when you draft Goldengo is like, yeah, this thing has an ability
Like get
for
a
a
cheap
reason.
web setter at least, right? Like,
Yeah, exactly, and that's even something that like the Glalie could be as well, right? It's
yeah,
if you turned Rhydon, Glalie, and Claydol into a 10-point captain
like
and like a
Terra
2-point
Rabambi
lever,
or something. I don't know.
true, or even that if I don't remember if that's 10, but like
I don't even know what it is.
yeah, something like that.
That's fine.
Yeah. Terra Venusaur is
It actually
beast,
is
though.
exactly 10 points,
Yeah, well there you go.
and it's open. I would actually make that change. Like literally just swap those three out, like Terra Rabambi. GG.
And honestly, like a Specs Terra Fairy Moonblast Rabambi is gonna hurt too.
Yeah.
I don't
Or
know
just,
if you
like-
need another fairy though with Togekiss. Which we haven't really talked about Togekiss much. What do you
Rabambi's
guys
kind
think
of a
about?
fake fairy anyway.
Yeah, I guess.
not a
But like,
fake
what do you
fairy
guys think about the
offensively, but
Togekiss though, in general?
I like Togekiss. I think it's sweet. What I like is that you have two flying types, but one of them's not weak to electric. So like you're not overlapping the electric weakness with the two flying types. All you're overlapping is rock there. And I think that's fine when you have Goldango and Quack. And ice, yeah, ice. But you also have Goldango and
Also
Quack.
Goldango and Quack,
Yeah, Togekiss gets Dazzling Gleam, right? It doesn't get Moonblast.
Oh yeah.
The Wigglytuff fate.
It got Moonblast, I think, in Legends Arceus, and then it like didn't transfer over or something.
Yeah.
I don't remember what it was exactly.
Arceus is weird about that. Like,
Yeah, because
Apom
like
got quick
Gardevoir got
attack.
Ice Beam there, and then it did transfer over, but then others didn't, and it's just weird.
Yeah, dude, I would kill for quick attack on Ambipom. It has it in Arceus, doesn't have it in the regular games though.
Damn.
Technician stab quick attack. That's like an assassin fake out quick attack. Anyway, I
Other
like
than
Togekiss
what
though.
we've mentioned, what's something you can think of here?
In
For
general,
how can it
just,
maybe how can it improve? What's
I like
something
the idea with
negative or
with
positive we haven't
swapping
looked
some of
at?
these out for the second 10-pointer Terra Captain. I think that's a good play. And
Yeah.
definitely something that abuses the Goldingo more. I also don't like that the sun kind of hurts Goldingo too. It makes like fire stronger against this team. I would almost like to
Yeah,
see
and
better fire answers in general.
that and the fact that your water type isn't really bulky enough to take those
Yeah.
fire moves either.
Which I think is fine if it, like, because again, like I think that Quack in a lot of cases will just end up being like a bulky utility set, but it still doesn't want to come in on a fire type that might click Wisp, right? Like or something like that, or just
Or
like eat a
Scald.
fire type move in general. Yeah.
Yep.
So, like I almost like I would almost like to see like a rock type up here, like especially
Like
if you're getting rid of
Rhydon.
the Rhydon. Well, I'm saying like if you're getting rid of the Rhydon, like maybe
Mm.
even this, if you don't like the overlap with like the Superior in the Venusaur, maybe the Superior becomes a rock type, like a mid tier
Something
rock
we didn't
type.
talk about too is Rhydon is. I mean, I guess there is Claydol, but if we're dropping Claydol for Rabombi, that means that we have no ground and no electric immunity. So that's kind of why I feel like Rhydon, if you're gonna trade it, it should just be like a Rhyperior and just clean up your bottom
Well, let me
couple mons.
see.
I don't know if
The 11
Rhyperior is even open.
No, it's a Terra Captain for someone else.
Unfor.
That bastard.
Oh no.
Diggersby, 10 ground.
True.
I mean, we Giggling. Set some counter weather for yourself.
Yeah, the not ground type.
Yeah. Well, rock type, because I was looking at like rock types too for this and rat.
I don't think there's ever really a reason to like look for a rock type.
I was just saying
I get that you're
specifically for
going
the fire.
a fire resist, but like just get a flash fire mod or something at that point.
Gastrodon's up. That's another.
Yeah, that's interesting.
It
It frees up Quack from being the water.
Yeah, and a water immunity is also good for like your Ninetales, right? I guess, even though you're not really concerned about water damage in Sun. Maybe that's an option for 10 points. Either way,
It sucks that it just gets solar beamed though. But that's
true.
just kind of
Yeah,
Sun
you
teams.
kinda
That's just
set
Sun
yourself
teams
up
in
for that.
general. Which
Yeah.
like it isn't necessarily a Sun team, but that's just Sun's problem is where like if you try and draft solidly and have Sun, you run into the same problems that the opponent runs into playing you. Of like, oh no, my water type just dies to solar beam.
Yeah. And my water type gets nerfed by the Sun being up.
Yeah. Anyways, I think that like the team has promise. It's kind of hard to overlook the like poor electric communities. I do think that Quack on a pseudo Sun team is kind of tough. And the fact that
The Quack.
like the main Terra Captain in Venusaur is kind of only good when
It is.
you're running Sun in general means that the second captain has to come more often, so you're always running Rhydon. You always
And
kind
it's
of
your
have to
ground
run
type.
Rhydon, and yeah, it's
As Terra. Yeah.
yeah. I get kind of hung up on that. But like Roaring Moon, Golden Go, Thundy, Quack, I think is a really strong. And even with
But you're
Togekiss,
saying
I
like
think
the
it's a
ground type.
strong
We do
start.
have the electric immunity though.
No, we don't.
Oh wait, that's Prankster.
Wrong one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I was actually wrong when I was saying about the Togekiss in this too. They don't actually. I mean, he's not weak to electric, but he's. I thought I was thinking he was immune. Yeah.
I think I'm kind of hung up on some of those things. I definitely
Yeah.
flip flopped between 6 and 7 again. I think I want to give it a 6. Where it has great potential with like setup Thundy and Gold and Roaring Moon and Quack. I feel like the Sun archetype, like sub archetype, gets in the way of a lot of these. I think maybe dropping the captains to find something else and pivoting out of Sun might be better for the team, but
Yeah, it's nice as a
I've got
splash,
a-
but like your
I've got a
splash
6
is
out of
also
10.
occupying all your Terra points.
Yeah. I've got it at a
Well,
6
I
out
guess
of
it's
10
not.
here.
I would still say 7 personally, just because I think that like the improvements that we're talking about, like finding something for Goldango to abuse more, like with hazards, and like filling in some of these weaknesses, like not the quack's like not ideal. I think that fixing those things like put it up to like a 9, right? Like if you improve those things, because it's still Roaring Moon Goldango, and like
Mhm.
it's still like a very good framework for a team. So I would still say it's a 7 before the improvements, but I think that with improvements it can go like really high.
Yeah, very fair. I like that analysis.
Lee,
Lucy,
what about
thoughts?
you?
I like the top end way too much. Between Gold, Moon, Quack, and everything, even with the flaws. Um, I'm good to call it an 8 and give us a staircase.
Yeah.
Bum, bum, bum.
Staircase boys. And we got a
And the audience
6.19
says
from the audience.
6.19.
So middle of the pack.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Only a couple more. We've got Good
Of this
Guy Greg.
division.
Yeah, for this division.
All right. Good guy Greg. I heard he's a great guy.
Yeah. I think this guy's Terra Captain, sorry, top tiers are insane.
His tier captains are
And
also pretty good.
I mean his Terra Captains are also pretty insane now that you mention it, yeah.
Yeah. There's the Terra right here.
Wow,
He's the one who stole it. He was right after him.
Oh no.
Not such a good
so
guy.
in NBA, we've seen more than our fair share of Terra Rhyperior and its successes.
I'm wondering, like,
This mod is
he's
definitely a
new to the
beast.
division. I mean, he's new to the league, right?
Yes, I think he's just new to draft in general.
Okay, so like I was gonna say, like, does he know? Has he seen like that, like this thing in action, or is he just thinking that it's good because he's right? But
I would imagine he's just got people in his ears telling him that it's
oh,
good.
yeah, that's good. Yeah,
Yeah,
they were also right.
crazy. Yeah, we've seen Rhyperior do a lot of work. The Overmat special. I also used Terra Tornado's Eye in the PGA in, I guess it was season 2 of the PGA. Wait, what's the last season that happened? Was that season 3?
3.
Yeah. So season 2, I had Terra Torn Eye, and that felt really strong. I really loved it.
I think
Yeah, when you had Terra or the
mono normal team.
mono normal, right? Yeah, that was
That was
funny.
actually a fun team.
Mono normal pal decks.
Sad.
Yeah.
But yeah, Torn was a lot of fun. I liked it a lot, and it's a strong captain, I think, for 11, and it fits like a glove with Rhyperior too. Where if either of them don't Terra, even if both of them don't Terra, they still kind of support each other pretty well.
Yeah, my
Like
concern,
tech-wise.
just off the bat, is the lack of not lack of, it doesn't have an amazing ground immunity. Like Rotomo's fine.
Yeah.
Torn is a
Yeah,
Terra
Torn Eye is
captain.
definitely not Torn T, right?
And
If
he's
it was
also-
Torn
yeah.
T, it's different.
He's not like
Yeah, I agree.
the best at it. Like it's not
I mean,
like
we
you don't
have
have it,
seen-
right? He has 2 mons that can do
Yeah.
it, and his
No,
steel
you're
type
right.
isn't weak to ground. But I'm concerned about with the gouging fire mostly. That's like what made it kind of stand out. Was like, ooh, the gouging fire is not there.
Yeah.
And your steel type doesn't resist rock. Also for gouging fire. So what are your rock resist? Rhyperior, Bien Shao.
Yeah, I think that's it.
So like it kind of gets ripped through by rock ground coverage, which every ground type has. Rhyperior is kind of your only saving grace there.
I do
like,
think
you
that
just can't-
Rotom can still deal with them. Like
That's
if it's
true.
a
That's
ground
true.
type,
That's true. Yeah, rock ground would get blown up by Rotom.
yeah, and it's not like I mean you have the rock ground type, so there aren't that many other
True.
rock grounds.
Well,
But
I
it's like
should
a
say
ground
like a
type
ground
that
type that
has
has
rock
rock
coverage.
coverage, which is that's
But
kind of
that's
when I
not
said like
blowing
they
anything
all
up.
have it, but
But that's not
Yeah.
blowing anything up. A non-stab Stone Edge doesn't actually blow stuff up.
it
If it's stab, it's a different story.
yeah. I mean, it still hits hard though. I mean, when
Yeah,
it
but, like,
hits.
Not usually hard enough for like Rotom to not be able to beat them.
Yeah.
Now, I agree though that it's not ideal to have like one main switch, and maybe that just means
Yeah.
that Rhyperior has to Terra Flying more often than not, which
Right.
is still strong with Lightning
That's
Rod.
fine. Yeah, and you also give it. Wait, is it Lightning Rod? I thought this was Prankster.
The
Oh,
Rhyperior.
it's. Oh, right here. I was thinking. It's like, what do you mean lightning
Terra
rod?
flying Rhyperior, yeah.
I thought because I was thinking Terra flying Tornadus
Oh,
because you run it on Thundy sometimes, like Terra flying just to get the Terra
yeah,
or
yeah,
just
yeah,
to get
for
the
like the
flying
Terra
stat.
Blast.
Yeah.
Now it has Bleak Windstorm, so it doesn't actually have to use it for
Yeah. That's true
flying
because it is
stab
the
like Thundy
it is
does.
the flying one, yeah. So it has actual
Yeah,
flying moves.
yeah,
Um, yeah. Solid Rock's also just good with Terra too, right? Like,
yeah,
it's still like
yeah.
just
Well,
good
I
for other
actually think
things.
Solid Rock isn't necessary for Terra because you're usually not clicking Terra if the thing in front of you is super effective against you, anyways.
Yeah, but Solid Rock, the reason it has Solid Rock is because it has 2 4 times weaknesses. So becoming something that can only at most have a 2 times weakness makes Solid Rock like better than it's meant to be, right?
Yeah, if you need to like lead Terra Fairy Rhyperior or
It would be more
something
for like a
so that you
general
can,
thing than like a
yeah,
specific answer, right? Like
yeah,
whereas
then like a
Lightning
certain
Rod is like,
matchup,
yeah,
yeah,
you'd run that on water or flying or something.
yeah, yeah.
Um,
Something though that I really like is I feel like the glue and the pivots and everything in this team are really strong, and there's also
yeah,
just really good payoff too, where like
yeah.
Gouging Fire is just one of the best Dragon Dancing payoff mons that you can
Hmm.
get like in Pokemon Draft, well in like standard draft. Um, I feel like Prim is really good glue, Mega Scizor is really good glue. You're definitely missing hazards. That's
Yeah.
probably the weakest point
I
of
mean,
the team is that
Rhyperior can come to
Rhyperior and
most games and
Swalot.
still run it.
Yeah, yeah,
At least
but then like you're not
rocks.
running Assault Vest, and I really like AV Rhyperior.
True, yeah.
Yeah,
The other thing I noticed too is hazard control as well as you have your defoggers who
yeah. There's three.
like
Scizor is not
can't
really
run boots and
nice,
is
but
neutral to rocks. It's fine as I think Mega Scissor's fine as a defogger. Um, but you don't want it to always have to run it. And it's like Rotom's also fine as a defogger, but it's like might have some 4 move slot syndrome if you need to also run like Wisp or Pain Split or something, or even like
yeah,
Trick.
for sure. It kind of just means
Or
that you're
just
never
choicing in
running
general, like
like
you can't choice
plot
it.
Rotom.
Yeah, or
Yeah, plot or
plot. Yeah,
choice. Like
there's
it's
just so
kind of
many moves you need to
shoehorned.
run.
Yeah, it's shoehorned into being the defogger, which isn't
Torn has
ideal
defog,
for a
right?
Rotom, but it can. Torn does have defog, yeah.
Yeah. So like I would almost think that like of this team, it's like you're running Boots, Torn, defog as one of your Terra captains, right? Or Scissor's running it. I think most of the time.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like if Rotom's coming to a game, I don't think it's coming to defog. Like I think it's coming for a specific mon that it probably needs to use
No,
all the
I think
choice
it
for.
would have to come to defog.
I mean, like
I
like
don't.
uh,
I think
like
it's. I think it's better to run defog Rotom than defog Torn.
right, but I'm saying that like so you have these 5. Well, okay, maybe not Mienshao. I was gonna say these 5 like when it comes to pretty much every game. Mienshao, I guess,
Yeah.
doesn't have to.
Yeah. Mienshao
Um,
is like in when it's good, it'll come.
yeah. So like these 4 are coming to every game. So probably. Rhyperior could also realistically come to every game. Like Terra Rhyperior could come to every game.
Yeah.
So then it's like you're choosing between these 3, maybe these 4 sometimes. Anyway, where it's like if you're choosing Rotom over Torn, like it's probably for a matchup into like a physical like ground type or something like that, right? Or something that you want to like trick or choice like scarf around. That's why I would think that like a lot of times where Rotom would want to come, like it might not be wanting to come to defog, as opposed to like being like, oh, I need a defogger on this team, let's slap the Rotom on. Like you could do that with Boots Torn as well, I would think.
Yeah, it's just less good, really.
Yeah.
Like in my opinion, or in my experience rather, Terra Torn is just like a nasty plot killer.
Yeah.
Right.
But if
It gives
Rhyperior is
you an
also
extra
coming,
free
it's like
turn
you
usually.
can kind of safely assume you wouldn't be
Yeah,
terroring the
that's
Torn.
true. That's true. Yeah.
He's
I
a Terra
I
captain
think
in
it's
name only. If the
true.
Rhyperior is also coming.
Regardless, like they're both good.
Yeah.
I think
I think they're both
something we
fine.
haven't
I would
touched
say they're
on.
both fine.
Something we haven't touched on is the speed tiers. I really like. I think Darkrai is, I mean, 125. If you get a
Yeah. I think
125
they're
plus
good.
one, like you're set. But there's also 111 Torn and there's a 105 Mienshao that
91.
neither of them have to come to each games to
91
every game. So like,
boosting Gouging Fire.
yeah. There's
And
Prio on
Scarf
Scizor.
Rotom on 86. Like that's I think it's pretty. You have pretty good coverage, and also like
Mian Chao's a good scarf too.
yeah, but well between Rotoman and Mian Chao, just like you also have like and Darkrai too to like cover like the fast scarves as well, like just kind of like trump them. I think you have a lot of ways to deter opposing scarves, which I think is good, especially for Darkrai.
And everything pivots. So if you can manage to keep hazards off, or even just like get more hazards, which I don't think is gonna be likely because your hazard game is pretty weak.
Yeah.
But you can really just put them in a blender. Like just lead Terra Rhyperior, get up rocks, and just start clicking Volt Switch, U-turn, flip turn. Like you're gonna get somewhere. And then, like you said, the Darkrai cleaning in the end game is going to be easier. The Gouging Fire is going to have an easier path to victory with 1DD.
Yeah.
I think there's like good opportunity here for solid play.
Yeah, we're at 9 minutes for that one, so I say we should wrap it up.
Yeah, sure.
Unless you had anything else that was on your mind before we move on. We didn't really talk about.
Yeah,
Prim,
I'd say the biggest thing to shore up would
itself.
be the biggest thing to shore up would be your hazards and your hazard removal.
Yeah, I guess one other thing that I would say is that Scizor is your only recover. Or wait, Gouging Fire is Morning Sun, but it's not really like there to be a tank.
There's Pain Split, Rotom, Pain Split, Swallow technically.
But there's no like Moonlight or Soft Boiled like real tanks here.
There's Regen Mian Chao too. But yeah, it's not a tank.
But it's not a tank. Yeah.
Yeah.
Branding his Prim.
Yeah. I would still count that as kind of like conditional compared to other fairies that actually have recovery. And also like you run AV. Well, AV Training Kiss is still fine. But at the same time, it's so offensive that it probably doesn't matter.
Yeah,
like you have to be in charge.
If the game goes too long, you're probably losing. This team really wants the game to be pretty quick.
But it can win quick. Like it's also designed to win quick.
Yeah. So all of this leads me to say that I think this team is really good, and especially as a first-time drafter, definitely kudos. You've got some awesome Terra captains. Your top core is really good. You have good glue with Prim. Rotom is fine. Mian Chao's maybe some luxury, and like Hoopa, Swalot are kind of like maybe could just if you combine Mian Chao with some of them. Yeah, like they're not really coming.
Yeah.
But honestly, I like the team a lot. 8 out of 10.
8 out of 10. I want to say 9 out of 10. I think I like it more. Like the more that I look at it. Because on the topic of that recovery thing too, a lot of these mons aren't getting one shot. So like
no, and they often hit harder than
it can be a fast game. Yeah, right. It can be a fast game, but that doesn't necessarily mean that like you're just getting one shot swept. It's like a fast game still benefits you, even if you're taking a lot of hits, because you're taking hits, but you're not dying. You just can't take hits across a long game, right? So I think it still ends up being fine. So what about Lee?
I like this team a lot. 8 out of 10.
Boom. What is our
7.0 is the average.
Audience say? 7. Damn, lower than I thought.
They just don't. They don't see the vision.
They don't get it.
Yeah.
Okay, we're on to this one.
I see a scream tail. I like it. I don't have any notes. I think it's
okay. Good. Lee, do you know the history?
Wait a minute.
Do you know Stormtide's gimmick for this one?
I'm part of Stormtide's gimmick on this one.
Okay. Do you want to take the lead for this one?
Sure. So Stormtide has decided to crowdfund his to crowdsource I should say his drafting and building for the season to the NBA Hive Mind. So he had people sign up, and he spun a wheel with all their names on it, and all those people got to make picks, make trades, and throughout the season make sets for his battles and his team.
That's funny. I wouldn't have put it past him to just draft Pelipper and Torkoal together, just because he's run the quad with her. Yeah, but that is funny that like somebody was like, "What if we draft this?" They don't know that he's a pro.
He can't escape weather, no matter how hard he tries. And this is using all of his grace trades and all of his regular season trades. This is the team.
All of his regular season trades already?
Yeah, keep in mind
did they all just like
effectively 8 trades because you get 3 for grace and 5 for the season.
So that's like the whole team. That's
and the whole team disappeared. Yeah, and then some people
what's
used
funny
up,
though
like 2 trades in 1 transaction, and it was a whole fiasco.
What's funny though is that I actually I kind of, aside from like the funny here's 2 weathers, I actually don't hate like the rest of the team. Like I think it's actually like you have very solid special firepower, very solid physical firepower, a good wall, like a recovery wall, as well as a just kind of like sit there and tank it wall that can benefit from wish passing. You actually ended up with a mon that's good in rain and a mon that's good in sun. I mean, and also Chi is also good in sun.
Yeah.
Like this could be such a worse team, given the
honestly, Chomp isn't that bad.
The conditions. Yeah, no, like I have no issues with that. Like he's a good ground type. I mean, you do have 3 dragons, but 2 of them are, well, this one's neutral to, no, 2 of them are neutral to steel. One of them is neutral to dragon. Your steel type isn't a fairy resist. Maybe fairy. Well, your dark type's also not weak to fairy.
The
Screamtail is bulky enough. Yeah, that's
good.
Screamtail's your fairy resist. Let's be real.
I mean, this is the problem though. We've talked about Screamtail a good amount. This is the problem with having Screamtail be your fastest mon. Is it your fastest mon or is it your bulky mon? And it usually
can be both.
Isn't both. I don't think just investing in HP is enough.
HP speed is extremely bulky, and you have, well, I guess the sun would boost speed in that case. But you could run like a decent chunk of speed and just have it under your spit F, I guess, and then still boost that. But I also don't think that even when you run speed on Screamtail, you're not running speed for it to be your fastest mon. You're running speed for it to fast Encore and fast T-Wave. You're not running it to like be a fast attacker. So I think either way, you don't count this as your fast mon.
Right. Even if so the fast mon is Chex Notes base Garchomp.
Chi-Yu. Oh wait, but it's showing 92 for.
Yeah.
I was thinking that this.
And like there is a Swift Swimmer and there is a
Chlorophyll.
A Chlorophyll. Stormtide says the team was hilarious to see come together. Yeah, it was a lot of fun. So I picked Torkoal as the 3rd last trade. So there were 2 trades after.
You kind of helped the team, dude. Like that was a good trade.
So after me, Corey picked Victory Bell, and I think somebody changed.
Oh.
I don't remember what it was. It was something for Hisui and Gudra. The Victory Bell was definitely fine to have a Chlorophyll. I don't remember what it was before.
Torkoal,
yeah. Yeah, it was after Torkoal was there. And so Torkoal was added after Pelipper was added. And Pelipper was added randomly, and then Kingdra was added after Pelipper came.
Yeah, the Torkoal after the Pelipper.
Yeah. So this was a whole...
So serious question though. So you participated in this. Were you guys trying to like screw him over, or were you trying to make a funny team that's also playable? Because it looks like it ended up as a funny team that's also playable.
I was trying to make it a funny team that was also playable.
Okay, but I'm sure there were people participating that were just trying to burn the whole thing down. Like Twitch plays Pokemon. Where it's like you have some people trying to play the game, you have some people that are like spamming B. Right?
I don't think it was ever really that bad.
Okay.
But it was like there were some picks that, like the random Pelipper pick before any Rain Mons were on, was like, okay, are you just putting Pelipper here so that my Chi-Yu is worse, or what's the deal?
That's funny. Yeah, I didn't think about that. It's just nerfing the Chi-Yu. Hey, Keen Eye Pelipper. Remember, you guys are building the sets too, so he doesn't have to bring Drizzle. You can make him bring Keen Eye.
Yeah.
So he can't make his Hurricane any less accurate than it already is without rain.
I would say it was definitely more beneficial, like more benevolent than evil.
Yeah.
Malevolent, I guess.
I think if you end up with Terra Iron Hands at the end of the day, like you did pretty well. It's still gonna be good.
Yeah, very true. I don't think there's too much to criticize. Partly because I know it says there's 2 free agents left. That's actually just incorrect. They've been all used up. There's nothing you can do to make it better anymore. And any advice we give you, you're not going to use for
I don't have any advice
for
anyway.
your sets.
Like I don't think you have to
No
change
notes.
anything.
No
I think
notes.
it's perfect the way it is. I say 10 out of 10.
It is definitely a meme team. I think Terra Hands is funny. Mega Chomp is just good. It's unfortunate that the Gudra is not just like Archaludon, but whatever.
Well, I mean, notably, you have a grass immunity for your 0 grass
True.
weaknesses.
True.
Checks notes.
for your 2 grass resists, ground type that's neutral to grass, water type that's neutral to grass, water type that's neutral to grass, a quad grass resist, and yeah, it's pretty good.
Well, it was a lot of fun to watch. Good luck.
GG. All right,
5 out of 10.
last team. 5 out of 10. Come on. Oh, they said 6.0, which makes me think that people sabotage this because the people who voted it at a 6.0 are also the people who built this team. So shut the fuck up.
Yeah, what the hell?
At least have some pride in your work.
Yeah, my bad. Okay, this is our final team of the division, and it's also the only other. I think the only 2 PWC guys in Truant were first and last picks, right?
Wow. Gave them
That's
the
pretty funny.
wheels.
Yeah.
A little bit of collision.
So yeah, Lilia is here as our last Truant division player. Before the season, we didn't know too much about their skill, but we talked to some people who did and watched some replays and felt this was a decent spot. And honestly, Truant division is pretty strong, so I'm excited to see how they do.
Yeah, I mean, the more people like this that are in it, the stronger the
Yeah.
division is, or like the more like unpredictable it is to say like
Yeah, exactly.
they could do well, they could not, right? Like,
Yeah. And I think this team started out extremely strong. Actually, it not even just started out. I think it started to like
curious what the
it
word
looks
was.
pretty good all the way through until maybe I'd say there's like a couple mons I kind of don't like, but like Lando, Zera, Scizor, Aloe with
It's
Terra
pretty much
Keldeo,
on
those
point
top 5
here.
mons I feel like are extremely strong.
Terra Diplin though, that's got to be one of the best 3-point Terra captains.
Yeah, for sure. I love Terra Diplin. I definitely overlooked it in like when it came out because it came out in one of the DLCs, and so we just threw it in and it was like, this thing sucks.
Well, in all fairness, it could use Eviolite before it before
it had
its
an
evolution
evolution
was in the game.
Yeah.
So like we had, I think one of our seasons was between the DLC, and it what is that not?
Yeah, Hydrapple just didn't exist, but it could use Eviolite.
Yeah, and I think that kind of like I remember I fought it in one game. I was like, how is this thing so bulky? And I just because it didn't have any sets on the calc.
Mm-hmm.
So like I would have had to just assume that it could and was running Eviolite, and I was like amazed like by how bulky it was.
Wow. Yeah.
I don't know why this isn't showing the left side of the dock anymore.
Because you have right visible first.
No, I have them both visible, and this one's on top.
I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, I don't either.
You broke it.
Well, because I can hide the right document, and it shows nothing.
Oh yeah, the left is just broken. Well, all good. I think we figured that out when we
I just
can.
reloaded it. It works now, I guess.
Yay! Okay, we did it. This is when we can. Okay. So Lando, Zera, Keldeo, Scizor, Aloe. I love those 5. I do think it's maybe maybe a little too physically inclined for my liking, but Terra Keldeo can honestly just punch holes, especially on its own. especially considering that it can just be mixed anyways. Aloe is some really good survivability. It's nice to have a second water type when Keldeo will maybe either Terra out of water type, or it's not even the bulkiest water, so it's just nice to have that around. I think it maybe starts to lose the plot a little bit around the Blacephalon. I get the idea behind it because you really want a special attacker. Maybe I'm just not a Blacephalon believer. I don't know.
It's a special attacker. It's 2 types that you don't have.
Yeah.
I think it's fine.
I think this is kind of the
It's
point where you'd like to...
Like, kind of matches the Keldeo, too.
You'd kind of like to start getting some hazards in at this point, and I do think that's part of what the Quillfish does there.
Quillfish is good at that.
Yeah. No so rocks. I don't know if there were any like special attacking.
Well, wait, but you have very consistent rocks on Lando.
Yeah.
And then
that's where you want to use your Lando.
I think like 9 times out of 10 you can run rocks on Lando.
Sure.
And I think Quillfish is a bringable mon in a lot of matchups.
Yeah, I think Quillfish is underrated.
And you can easily throw on either spikes or T spikes depending on the matchup. I think that the hazard game turned out fine. I would say both of the mons that have the 2 kinds of hazards that you need can easily run them every time you bring them.
Mm-hmm.
So I would say that's fine.
Yeah, that's a very minor like thing for me. Is like maybe it would have been nice to not have your top tier mon be your rocker, but like it's kind of just a top tier mon because that's why good at everything. And
like that's one of the things. It's like saying like, well, you don't want your top tier mon to be your spinner. It's like, no, you have Great Tusk. He's fine being a spinner too, right?
Well, I mean, I think spin is maybe a little different because you get a speed boost that just wins you the game.
But I just mean in general. It's like just because it has utility as a top tier, like maybe that's why it's top tier. Like maybe that's part of why it's 18 points is because it's a really good rocker. And it does all these things. I say the same thing for Mew though, where like you want other things to rock so the Mew doesn't have to rock, right? And it's kind of the same deal, I think. But that's because Mew has like an infinite move pool. Lando doesn't.
Lando's move pool is pretty good. It has infinite setup. It has almost every single setup option that you can think of.
But it's the reason it's 18 points is mostly for, I would say, its utility, right? Not because it can set up offensively. Like that's more like that's the bonus. That's the thing where it's like it's nice if you can run it, but you don't have to.
I'm just saying that if you don't have another rocker, you can't run those setup sets. You can.
You can just not bring rocks. You can like just bring spikes to a matchup. I think that's fine. I mean, maybe we just disagree on that. I think these are perfectly fine options. Like as your 1 rocker and your 1 spiker, T spiker. Like I think these are 2 mons that you are perfectly fine with doing that.
My point though was about Blacephalon, because I feel like it's
stupid clown bitch.
Yeah, it's kind of competing for the same spot as Keldeo. As like a similar speed tier, it's a special attacker. You know, you'll give it like a choice item or Calm Mind or something, and like pretty similar. So that was my gripe with like specifically Blacephalon, where it's like maybe this could have been something to open the door for Lando to be something other than the rocker. Which yes, I agree that Lando's a good rocker. Right.
Dude, why do you hate Lando rocking? Come on, dude.
Oh my god, man, it sucks. No. But no, I agree about Quillfish. I liked the Mega Altaria. It does feel weird having Mega Altaria be the only fairy, because in my experience with Altaria, it's like usually when so first of all, it has to come in before it's ever a fairy type. And second of all, I feel like when it's in, it's only ever in when it's like a good time for it to start dragon dancing.
Yeah.
You know, and it does have good utility sets, right? Even like Cotton Guard is good too, but like setup regardless.
I've also seen it like lead a lot, where it's like you lead and just get the mega off, but then you're also there to like do some damage and take some damage.
Yeah,
like while and that would be really strong. Like, and he's not a reliable fairy for the rest of the game.
Yeah, and I'd like that with the special attacking with like Hyper Voice Flamethrower Roost, even like a Heal Bell kind of set with that, I think would be strong. Yeah, it's just I've seen people complain about Mega Altaria saying, I wish it was a fairy type pre-Mega. Just so you don't have to like play Altaria early, and if you're running Dragon Dance Altaria, it's just not kind of like how we were saying about Halucha not being fast. until it's it's committing. Usually Altaria is pretty similar to that, where it's not a fairy type until it's committing.
Yeah.
Especially since it's a flying type pre-mega and can't run boots, like you're cutting its survivability if you don't just lead with it.
Yeah,
And
like
I feel like
has to
that's kind of predictable, yeah.
I would say though that I think you are unfairly blaming Blacephalon here. And I've never used Blacephalon. I've never met this clown before in my life. But when I look at this team, the odd ones out to me are like, I mean, I think you also would say that the Mega Altaria is a little bit weird, maybe as the only fairy, but also just in general. Like I feel like this is like a big, good heavy hitter Mon that like puts in work whenever it's on a team, but it's like it's below an entire team's worth of Mons. So it's like it's already one of the extras that's gonna have to be like fit into a team and not one of like the default ones. I understand what you're saying here too with like Keldeo having a backup water type, especially as a Terra Captain, but just even if it wasn't a Terra Captain, just like Keldeo in general, you don't want to be your only water type. Mm-hmm. But I think that the problem is more about Keldeo here. And I've never used Terra Keldeo, but every time it gets drafted, it seems like the person who drafted it is always disappointed with it, where it's like not doing what you want it to do. I think Keldeo is just it is a good Mon, but in draft, it's like it's almost like a typing liability, where it's like you think you got your water and fighting type, you think you got this good speed tier, like solid all around Mon, but then it's like, okay, well I still kind of have to draft a water type that's like good enough to bring to a lot of games, because it's not going to just be that. And it's a Terra Captain, so it's also not going to be a water type for that. And when it kind of underperforms, then it's kind of like, all right, well, like it's not doing what I wanted it to do, but it's also like demanding so much as like being like this special attacker slot for this speed tier that like that Blacephalon lines up with. At the same time, though, I think it's actually kind of a problem with the water fighting type in general, because we see it with a lot of them. At least I've seen it when I'm trying to like build a team or like kind of like plan out a team, where it's like Urshifu's another one where it's like they're two very in demand types that like most teams want one, but like at the same time, like fighting, it can be your only fighting type, but it can't really be your only water type. And you end up in these situations where it's like, well, my team, if I look at the type chart, it has water and fighting covered, fine. But then you're like kind of limiting what else you can take on that. And I think Quack is actually one of the ones that kind of subverts that, because it's like, it can be a bulky utility Mon. Like you could get away with Quack being your only water type. It might not be the best, but you can get away with it. And
I think you can get away with Keldeo being your only water. It's like you said, not ideal.
You could, but it's also
I don't know. I think it's kind of just I think it's just kind of a noob take if you're just saying, "Oh, look at your type chart and see how it lines up." Like I think looking at type charts is kind of noob bait. This isn't like you're a noob, by the way, but like I know that new players get really obsessive over like their type charts, and they see, oh well, I have a water type. That means I have a water resist and I have a fire resist, and I have an electric weakness and a grass weakness, so I need to shore that up. And
yeah.
It doesn't actually like translate to that in practice.
Right, but they didn't do that though. They said,
right.
I still need a water type, which is correct. They did still need a water type. But now, when you're talking about like who is the overlap here, is it the unique typing with the speed tier and the higher special attack stat that like covers more things, or is it the Keldeo, right? And it's like, because the Keldeo can't be the water type. So it's like, so if it's not really filling the type slot of being water type, all it's doing is filling the stat slot or the Terra slot, right?
It's being the special attacking Terra Captain, with 100.
And Blacephalon, I'm assuming, is Terra band.
No.
Where is it? Oh, it's not.
No. Keldeo, I think, is just better than Blacephalon at whatever it wants to do.
So you don't think that like a Terra Blacephalon would be good here?
I think it would be fine. I think Keldeo is for the most part better than Blacephalon. It's a little bit less like, you're not going to get as much like endgame sweeps, I guess, with like you would with Beast Boost, but maybe I'm just high on Keldeo. I'm not sure.
Yeah, again, and like I haven't used
my
it. I just know that I've heard so many times like the same complaints about Kelly, and maybe it's the player.
yeah, I
Maybe
know
it's
that
the
Matt
player.
didn't
Like,
like it.
yeah, but it's not even just math. Like I've heard it like other times too. That people like it just kind of it doesn't do what you think it's gonna do, and then it's like it's also not filling like type slots because you still have to get a water type. You don't still have to get a fighting type, but like you could just have a different fighting type because there's so many of them that are good. Um, and that's kind of like where I'm at with it, where it's like if we're looking at the redundancy, it's like maybe it's the one that isn't unique, right? Like it's the one that like kind of has to have backups for its typing and have can't necessarily solo special attack things because it doesn't kill. I don't know.
I guess. I mean, you're still looking at Keldeo as a water fighting type though, which I
No, I'm saying that like you can't you have to kind of look past that. So it's not filling a type slot. Like it's not filling the type slot that like it is on paper because you have to have a backup for it.
yeah, but like neither does Blacephalon because it's just so frail. It's not any type.
Well,
It's
it has an
basically
immunity
typeless.
though.
Okay, sure.
2 immunities technically.
So does Terra Keldeo. So
True. Yeah, just go Terra Ghost.
yeah. Anyways,
Not on the swap though.
Anyways,
Good
we're
luck eating the close
definitely
combat.
beating a dead horse here. I don't think it matters too much. I personally
Keldeo
don't
is
care
very
too
much
much for
alive.
Blacephalon. Yeah. Not anymore. It's now
Oh my
ghost
God.
type.
That's true. We did Terra Ghost. We're beating a dead horse, literally. Oh my God. I forgot to start.
I have a feeling. I have a feeling that Diplin is just going to be the fairy type more often than not.
Yeah.
I think Aggron is fine.
This is
I think
like
it's kind of
plus 5
inconsequential what
points.
you pick there.
Like this is not a 3.1 when it's a Terra Captain.
It does kind of feel out of place at 3. I'm not gonna lie.
Like
But
if
it's
it
like
wasn't a Terra
not
Captain,
that
it's 3
good.
points. If it
I don't
wasn't
know,
a
man.
Terra
It's
Captain,
really not that good. It doesn't
dude,
like
it
do
sits
anything.
there and spams Dragon Breath, and you get fucking paralyzed. It's so annoying. Like,
Yeah, I guess it has growth, right?
I don't remember what setup it has. I think it's Leech Seed. Like it can be annoying. Like I would put it almost like as a Terra Captain, I would almost put it on the same tier as Sinistra. Not quite, but like in terms of just being a troll Terra Captain, like that's just
It is
super annoying
honestly
to
just
play
pretty
for.
annoying. Yeah.
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 I think the, Sinistra has the offensive edge, which makes it just better overall. But like as an annoying defensive Terra, it's very close.
So looking at a couple of things that we like to use for actual metrics. I mean, it has a grounded poison. It has your fairy, dragon, steel. Technically, if you want to count Altaria and Diplin as like fairy and dragon.
Yeah.
It has okay speed tiers. I do think the jump from Zero to Keldeo is a little too much for my comfort level.
0 to...
I'd like
Okay,
there to
well, and then you
be
have also the plus
something kind of in
too.
between, but it doesn't really matter. Honestly, I think that's pretty decent.
It's basically like if you're treating it like the unburdened mons, where it's like you kind of treat the 108 as the cap when you're actually prepping for this. Like you're either going to scarf deliberately to like outspeed the super fast mega, but then Zero Aura could also run scarf, so you just kind of ignore it.
Yeah,
like you're
it's
not
like
trying to ever
Keldeo.
outspeed it.
It goes Keldeo and then like fast enough, right?
Yeah.
Where it doesn't matter. But the difference though is that Keldeo is outsped by I think it's by Adamant 125. Let me double check.
108. What does 108 get to? What's the actual
346.
I don't think 115 outspeeds that Adamant.
No. Yeah, so Adamant Weavile will outspeed
Yeah, 125 sounds right.
will outspeed Keldeo. So that's just the kind of thing where like speed gaps make like will let some Pokemon run Adamant and stop others from running it. So like the 130s, there are a lot of 130s. Since you don't have anything that's like 115, all of the 130s, all of the 125s, etc., are all running Adamant against
even
you, which
110, I think, gets outsped by 125 Adamant.
No, it doesn't.
It doesn't. Is it close?
I'm looking at it now. Adamant Weavile hits 349 and 350 is 110s.
Oh, right. I was thinking that Adamant Weavile was faster than that. Slow fuck. Stupid slow
True.
Weavile.
True. But like that's we're really grasping at straws here. I think there's a lot that
I think the team's solid.
I think the team's great. I like it a lot. Yeah, I know we're
like
going back and forth about like this, but
yeah.
No, but it's like a good team, and I think this is a good showing from Lilia. And honestly, both of the PWC teams I think are just good.
Yeah.
I think
I guess it's an 8. I think it's an 8. Like I think.
Yeah. I have it at an 8 as well. I like it. I like it a good amount.
The league disagrees though. The league's at 6.4. Oh, Lee. We didn't just spoil the league. I said the league disagrees, but I forgot that we didn't ask Lee.
Lee, you said on the poll 6.4.
No, I did not.
No. Lee.
I think I said 7 on the poll.
Oh my god, he is dragging the average down. Come on, dude. We said 8. Come on, dude.
I think I'm usually the one who's pretty harsh, but I feel like with Truant Division in particular, I've been pretty generous.
Yeah.
Not for any like agenda reason, but just I don't know. I feel like I've liked these teams.
It's an agenda reason.
No,
I think there's also a balance between like judging them critically and saying like, hey, this is how this team can be better, but also saying like, hey, this is Truant. It probably like still wins a lot of games.
Yeah,
of the ones that are on it.
Yeah, there is a context to it. Yeah.
And some people who have played in Truant and in other leagues and in Swarm, like in other divisions, might also know that. Like they might intentionally take some of these like risks in the gaps on these teams to say like, hey, I'm confident that with the rest of these mods, I can beat most Truant teams, right? So like we're critiquing them, but it might be stuff that they already know that they just kind of like consciously sacrificed.
Yep, sure.
But anyway, that is
very last point. Zera's not a fraud, by the way. Zera's good mod.
I think Zera's cool.
And I will die on this hill. People say it's shit, but I like.
I think they say Terra Zera is a fraud.
I think it's the other way around.
Really?
Yeah, with Terra it's pretty good. But I still think it's
pretty good either way. Yeah. But I feel like I've mostly heard that it's like Terra Zera is a fraud, but I disagree with it either way.
Cody is a fraud.
That is true.
Yep.
All right, that was Truant. It's 11:10 p.m. Time for Swarm.
I'm gonna say right now I do not have it in me to do Swarm right now.
This is
but we do have the couple graphics for the Truant Division.
Oh yeah.
If you wanna show those.
Yeah. Sorry, Swarm people. Probably not gonna happen tonight.
I guess we're streaming tomorrow, boys.
Maybe, yeah. I don't know if I can do tomorrow, but it's the weekend after that, so we can go late. It's also month end for work, but if I get out of work, I could start earlier too. Let me see. So we'll do we already said the ratings, but here's the numbers, right? Like these are the numbers for each of the teams. So you can generally get an idea. We have the tier list as well, like shows them in order, but like these were the numbers. So it looks like the minimum was 5.73, which was PF's
up to
team.
7.92.
And then 7.92. So nothing above an 8, and nothing below.
I think 8 would be pretty ridiculous though. Like that, I feel like 7.
I'm wondering if we've ever seen.
Very high.
Yeah, I'm wondering if we've ever seen an 8 in the past.
We'll have to go back and double check last season's.
I would think that like with a smaller sample size, it's possible that like some like super elite team and like All Star like might have gotten an 8. Like if everyone's just like, yeah, this is a 9, whatever. Like that was just like their token 9 team.
True.
But we've definitely seen lower than 5.73.
I think we've maybe seen lower than 5 before.
Dude, we've seen. Remember Kravitz' team from last season?
Oh no!
He ended up fixing it a little bit, but like that was like I think the average was like 3.3.
It was pretty bad.
Yeah.
Okay, we do have a little bit of a nicer graphic though that kind of translates this into.
It's fine.
Into this.
There it is. So we got our S tier. Being the I guess I'm assuming the S tier is just everything that was above like 7.5 or something. Let me see if I can
I think it was 7.5 plus, like above 7.5. So it was like from 0 to 6.0 was I think D, and then like 6.01 to like 6.5 I think was C.
Or something like that. I see it all. Okay. So C2, I'm assuming this is ordered. Like
Yeah,
best,
it's in order. Yeah,
So
yeah. So we have
C2,
Rosie the Kitsune with the voted best Truant division team.
Yeah, C2 7.54. So that was the cutoff. 7.5.
And I agree.
But there was also a
my favorite team, too.
7.5, which is actually kind of weird
Yeah.
to split these up. Like 0.04
Yeah,
away.
so like I said, D is like 0 to 6.0, and then C is
Yeah.
like 6.01 to 6.5.
Yeah.
I guess maybe I could have done it to like 6.49 kind of thing.
Yeah,
But yeah, then we'd have 3 people in S and 2 people in A, and that just doesn't
Yeah,
look aesthetic.
yeah, it just looked a little bit
it
more
needs to have
aesthetically
the
pleasing.
tower, the ladder.
Yeah, exactly. You get
so
it,
then
man.
so then A was like 7.5 down to 7.0, I guess.
Yep.
Or Bobo. Wait, no,
Yes,
where's
I think
Bobo?
7.01.
1.5 is
Over here.
Bobo.
Oh, GoodGuyGreg's the next one down. Yeah, I see.
Yeah, because he's 7.0 exactly. So
that
he
would mean
falls
that
into-
Stormtide 6.0. Oh, there's two. I didn't even realize that there's two 6.0.
Yeah, they're tied exactly.
I was like, come on. So now you're telling me that the 6.0 somehow isn't
Yeah.
the exact cutoff for the next one. It's like, oh,
Hey,
but it still
listen,
is.
listen. Even if it's not exact, it's for aesthetics. Okay.
Yeah.
It's at a glance.
Yeah. So I mean, this is the final PRs. I mean, like this is what's gonna happen. So
Yeah, this is the objectively correct power ranking for Truants.
yeah. I mean, so far, it's accurate.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah,
I
it's
guess
been
we
pretty
didn't
accurate
see the game that
That's
happened
what we
today.
think.
But the fact that Bobo beat Neon and Bobo is a higher tier than Neon, so far it's good. It's accurate.
It's true. And there were
The-
some battles that
the tier
happened
list
today.
is
I think
undefeated.
they were Swarm. I don't remember.
No,
who
one of them was
played,
HowFalcons.
Yeah, HowFalcons
Because there was
played.
like I remember like
and
somebody that we were
played.
talking about was like, oh, they're playing right now.
True.
Ant.
I've got some bad news about the tier list then.
Uh-oh.
Spoiler.
It was just HowFalcon did that, Greg. I'm opening it back here. Should I spoil it?
Oh no. Yeah, do it. Just press go to end. No,
Nobody knows who's who.
Falk.
Oh wait, I guess you can't see Falk.
Nope.
But GoodGuyGreg was. See, this is the if the cutoff
If he was in A tier,
was 7 or 6.0 or no, this one was 7. Yeah, if it was 7.0 and above, they're in the same tier and it's fine.
and then it makes sense.
So
Yeah, it's fine.
you killed the tier list.
I did this.
you
I
invalidated
made a
it.
Terra Ghost.
You invalidated it by doing that. That's true.
Yep.
And you're beating it now. You're beating a dead tier list.
I'm beating it up.
All right. Well, I'm gonna ceremonially move the circle over to Swarm. Even though we're not.
Whoa,
starting
my
it.
immersion.
Look at that. Oh, we're starting Swarm. Not right now though. Yeah, it's too late.
Okay.
We'll
that
get
was
started
tough.
quicker next time.
I
And
mean,
I think
how long was our last stream when we did 2 divisions at once?
5 hours. That both of them were 5 hours. Like so, even the one that had less people, like less total, like the Truant one was also 5 hours. I think probably because there was a little more at the end, and also because we spent more time talking about Truant. Because we were like, oh, we have more time. There's less people.
Yeah, we've got so much time.
But yeah, this is the first time that the division that I think warrants the most talking was also a full division.
Yes, that's true.
So, and it's not like it's not like there wouldn't be time to like start Truant tonight. It's that we're not going to start Truant and then not finish it, which we wouldn't finish it.
Swarm.
Like it's because Swarm. Like we don't have time to do a whole other division.
Yeah, if we could stop in like 45 minutes, that would be ideal.
Yeah, exactly. Just kind of awkward timing.
Yeah.
That's also because we had to start at 7.
Yeah.
I would
That's
say
okay.
I think we said 7 for Friday as well, but like depending on when I'm done with work, we might say emergency announcement. We're starting at 6 today, and watch the VOD if you can't watch at 6.
Maybe. I usually work until 5, so that might be tough.
Yeah, we'll see.
But could
It's already set up at least for Swarm.
Yes. If this is your first time watching the stream, get used to the chaos because we don't know what the hell we're doing either. So
Yeah.
thanks for coming along with the ride.
We have
with
no
us.
script.
Nope. I know that this usually happens where everyone joins at the beginning and then kind of petters out after the first couple because we just don't stop yapping. But even if you're just watching this back in the VOD, thanks for watching. We
Hold
will
on,
get the rest
I'm
of the
gonna do a
divisions
poll.
to you. Do a poll.
Yeah, I got a pack ready. Let's see.
Okay.
All right. Let's see. Okay, we got
I'll just keep
Growlithe,
talking then.
Drumbeak, Growlithe again. Alolan Growlithe.
Your
This was
phone
a shitty
ringing?
poll. No, it's the TCG Pocket. I got a notification that said I could open a
Oh,
pack.
poll, not a poll. I thought you said a poll.
Oh yeah, that it did sound like doing a poll.
It's your Philly
You're
accent.
pulling virtual Pokemon cards.
Mm-hmm. Well, sorry you didn't get any.
What were you
Anyways,
saying?
we will get the rest of the divisions out. I guess we can just stream a couple more times this weekend. I should be free this weekend.
Yeah.
So
We'll play it by ear.
okay. Anyways, once again, this was Nahyma and Toady and Leezy. And we'll be catching you hopefully Friday for at least Swarm Division. Maybe depending on what time we start, we might be able to do Hustle too. Who knows? I don't.
We'll give it our best hustle.
Anyways,
we might not get through Hustle.
I don't believe you.
we've got something to play us out now, right, Toady?
Oh shit, yeah, I do.
Oh fuck.
Anyways, thanks everybody for tuning in. Bye. Have a great night and bye.
Hey, Stinky!